We'll now be calling the Layton Community College Board of Education March 4th board meeting to order. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Kevin Altucker.
Here.
Austin Fulnegi.
Here.
Amelia Hampton.
Here.
Jesse Maldonado.
Here.
Steve Mattal.
Here.
Zach Mulholland. Jerry Rust.
Here.
And Julie Wiesman. Here.
Excellent. Would we be able to make sure President Hampton shows up in the as one of the pinned screens? I'm not seeing President Hampton for some other reason. Thank you. While we're working on that, we'll be moving on to the land acknowledgement. The land acknowledgement speaker will be Peggy Oberstaller. Peggy, are you here? Thank you, Peggy.
Good evening. I'd like to invite us to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya currently are and have been stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was disrupted and nearly destroyed following treaties between 1851. In 1855, Kalapuya people were dispossessed of their homeland by the United States government and forcibly removed to the Grand Ronde Reservation in Western Oregon because American settlers threatened the Kalapuya with extermination. Today, there are citizens of federally recognized tribal nations of Oregon, like the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde Community of Oregon, and communities that have gone federally unrecognized, like the Kalapuya, who continue to make important contributions in their communities at Lane and across the land we now refer to as Oregon. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the Kalapuya. Moreover, we invite and encourage tribal peoples to use the land in services at Lane Community College, like the Longhouse, the Native American Student Association, and the annual LCC powwow, which is one of the biggest in the Northwest. Despite the colonial and impressive history of Lane County, we encourage the reparation of the Kalapuya's original land, language, ceremonies, food, education, housing, healthcare, governance, medicine, kinship, and cultures. The Kalapuya have a long legacy of freedom, life, and culture, and deserve sovereignty over that. We are committed to inviting spaces for activities, classes, and programs in American Indian language classes, ethnic studies classes, Native American studies, credit and non-credit classes on Native American culture, activities, and events sponsored by the Native American Student Program and the Native American Student Association, and other events keeping with the spirit and purpose of Kalapuya sovereignty. We are committed to staying open to feedback and proposals on making space for all people at Lane Community College.
Thank you. We'll now be moving on to the adoption of the agenda. I'll need a motion and a second for the adoption.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the equity lens. The equity lens is a living document, and I always want to encourage us to reflect on the equity lens as we make our decisions. An area, especially as we look towards tuition increases, budget, and so forth in this discussion. I want to emphasize number 4, which is what are the barriers to more equitable outcomes around this policy, program, practice, or decision. So I hope we can reflect on that as we continue. Any questions, comments, or in the information responses? Doesn't look like there was anything attached in board docs.
No, there was no attachment in this area.
All right, excellent. So we're going to do something a little bit different here because there is a hearing that we have to do. So just FYI, we'll be going into that. We'll now be recessing the regular Board of Education meeting in order to allow for the order of a public hearing regarding the 25-26 supplemental budget and realignment. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to provide testimony regarding this hearing. If you're here to speak on a different topic, you'll have an opportunity to speak later during that portion of our regular board meeting. Nicole, did we have anyone sign up for public comment for the 25-26 supplemental budget realignment?
We do not.
We do not. Oh, and Zach's here. Okay, great. Well, for the record, Zach Mulholland is in attendance. All right. So is there anybody who wants to speak to the 25-26 supplemental budget? Last call. Oh, Rosa? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Would you like to speak in regards to that, or would you like to wait for regular public comment? Oh, yeah, it happens right after. Yeah, it happens right after this. Yeah, right. All right. Last call. All right. That concludes the public hearing. We will now resume the Board of Education meeting, and we will now go into public comment. And before we begin public comment, I know that this is a lot of different issues and topics that we're all passionate about. I ask you not to applaud after someone speaks. If you can use ASL applause, that would be greatly appreciated. This is an opportunity for us to hear you and to hear where you're coming from. We want to welcome your passionate advocacy, but please avoid personal attacks, profanity, interruptions, and prevent productive dialogue. It's a really important part of our democratic process that we do this. We will not respond directly to you in regards to public comment because we will direct all issues towards the president for further conversation. So with that, who we have signed up for public comment?
Our first 3 speakers are Braden Michael Olson, Clarissa Steele, and Princess Hebert.
Excellent.
Mr. Chair, how many folks do we have signed up?
My apologies. Yeah, how many folks do we have signed up?
15.
15. So since that falls below the threshold, there'll be 3 minutes per speaker. And for those who just are new here, we let students speak first, and then we go into the rest of the public. So yeah, our first speaker, can you repeat the names of the first speakers?
First is Braden Michael Olson. Next is Clarissa Steele. And following is Princess Hebert.
Braden, are you here?
Hello, board members. My name is Braden Michael Olson. I'm a first-generation college student, as well as the first in 3 generations to receive a high school diploma in my family. My family and I are the definition of generational poverty. I came to LCC to try and change that. My ambition has always been fueled by my environment, one that was loving, but one that was without. I did not fully realize this economic disparity until high school, when I had met students with 5-bedroom houses and students that already had cars promised to them that were new 2025 vehicles, while I shared a bedroom with my brother and made my first car out of scrap. Raising tuition means that I can no longer afford housing or groceries. Raising tuition threatens my ability to break free of generational constraints that have been put on my family. But I need to recognize I speak from a position of luxury. I am not one of the many students living out of a car and going hungry for days to afford college. I'm not a student who has a 6th family at home that depends on me, and I'm not a student with 3 jobs just to attend school part-time. What does a student do when they have no home to return to? What does a student do when they don't know where their next meal is going to come from, and they don't know if they're going to have a warm bed to sleep in that night? So I asked the board to think of the last warm meal they had, the last warm bed they slept in, and how they even arrived at this board meeting today when they make the decision regarding tuition. Because you have said that your core value is to make college more affordable for us. Yet again, though, LCC is the 2nd most expensive community college in the entire state of Oregon, and our education does not reflect that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Clarissa Steele. Following is Princess Hebert.
Welcome.
Hello. Just gonna adjust this real quick. Okay. I am a first-generation college student as well as a non-traditional student. I work 2 part-time jobs and drive for DoorDash when that employment income does not make ends meet. I do this while I represent students in my role as senator in student government. I go to Lane part-time, and that's fully funded by student loans. Paying my own way means every new hike directly impacts my financial security. I feel I am being priced out of my own community. A tuition increase directly violates the college's foundational promise to minimize financial barriers. Every dollar added to tuition builds a wall between the community and higher education. I am not alone in these feelings. A petition to stop tuition increases has received 46 signatures in the last 5 days. In a recent poll, 72% of students name the cost of living outside of college as their biggest challenge and demand that student government focus specifically on addressing tuition. 60% struggle to afford the current cost of tuition. Please consider us, the students, when making your decisions on tuition tonight. And also, please recognize that I, as a student, am representing students that are I'm trying to uphold their values by being here talking to you guys. So I would love it if you could help me do my job by hearing us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Princess Hebert. Following is Elliott Smith.
Welcome.
Hello, Board of Education of Lane Community College. This is the first time that I've shown up in person. Apologies, I don't have a prepared statement. I'm just going to be speaking off the cuff. I'm also a non-traditional student and first-generation student. I'm 33 years old, and it took me a long time from 18 to figure out that I wanted to go to college and what I wanted to study. It has been difficult, like many other students, for me to afford cost of living. And I am doing so almost entirely from federal financial aid. That includes the Pell Grant, as well as subsidized and unsubsidized loans. Thankfully, Oregon is a great state to live in. I moved here for many reasons, but one of which was to go to school. I ended up deciding to go to Lane, mostly due to affordability, because I could not afford to go to any other public college. I recently had surgery 6 months ago, which was a long fought battle, unrelated to school, but that made it difficult to continue. Like I mentioned, being thankful for living in Oregon, thankfully we have paid family leave now. So that gave me 3 months off of work. Since then, I have not gone back to work, but I am doing work study. It's unfortunately minimum wage, but it's easy. It's physically and mentally not as demanding as the field that I study and work in, which I have yet to mention. I'm a nursing student. I have had personal experiences, negative experiences in healthcare when I was younger. Being someone from the LGBTQ community, I wanted to be accepting and understanding for other people who may have felt like I do, or who just maybe be misunderstood for any other reason. And so I'm glad that I found my passion later in life and that I didn't go to school right after high school, because I might not have gotten into a field that I knew I loved. But as we've all been saying, it's proving difficult, especially with these potential tuition hikes. I know that there are many good reasons to cost of living goes up and things cost money. I get that. What I want to emphasize is I just want to make sure that whatever minimal amount you do increase tuition, to make sure that we are getting what we're paying for. Ensure that the services that are offered are remaining strong, and that there are hopefully new services that are offered to help bridge these gaps that you're hearing about today. Because like I said, I understand that things cost money. Since my time is almost up and I have nothing else to say, thank you all for letting me be here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elliott Smith. Following is Ethan Guian.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Elliott Smith. This is my second time returning to the board as a dance student advocating for our dance program. For many years, LCC has had a world-class dance program. LCC's dance program greatly enriches the Lane community, training many local teachers and founders of dance academies, which are important to Eugene's culture and economy. They hire dance teachers, photographers, rent space, and purchase and renovate buildings. LCC's dance program elevates both the artistic foundations and the economic vibrancy of Lane County. It is worth noting that the arts sector is the third largest in Oregon, larger than construction and agriculture. LCC has made dance an achievable field of study for many who have taken a rigorous course of study before transferring to University of Oregon or other four-year dance programs. The world has never needed dance more. In a time of financial strain, social and political challenges, and increasing dehumanization with the rise of tools like AI, dance grounds us in our humanity. As rates of depression increase, dance has been shown to be effective intervention, and the LCC dance program is a core element of career development for students. It teaches the value of showing up on time, teamwork, effective communication, and kindness, even under the pressure and expectations of a performance, thus preparing students to enter the workforce, whether their full-time career is in dance or not. We have watched with concern as the program has been diminished in the recent years. What was a thriving program that fulfilled 2 years of university dance requirements now offers few classes. In spring 2026, only ballet is being offered. LCC students and the Lane community deserve a dance program that enriches the human experience on a personal and community level. Lane cannot become merely a vehicle to train students under an extremely narrow definition of career readiness that administrators perceive will benefit businesses. Dance enriches the human soul and lifts up the community spirit, strengthening Lane County spiritually and economically. The diminishment of the program and LCC's administration's conduct in contract negotiations with our professors create concern that LCC leadership is not fully sufficiently focused on the good of the community. We therefore demand the following concrete actions to restore a thriving dance program and an LCC focused on benefiting the whole community from economic, social, and human lens. A full-time dance faculty member to steward a thriving dance program, classes that fulfill 2-year dance requirements for transfer to 4-year colleges and universities, into early
Go ahead and finish your last thought. Thank you.
into early class cancellations in the dance program and across LCC, and swift and equitable resolution of contract negotiations with LCC faculty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ethan Guillen. Following is Haley Wilson.
Hello, my name is Ethan Guillen, and I've been a student here in the music, dance, and theater programs for the last 6 years. What Elliot just read is a petition that we've been circulating in the community and here at school. It has over 300 signatures so far, 100 current students, and 60 former students. As we've been talking to people about what's going on here, we were buying poster board at Hiron's, and somebody asked what we were doing. He said, we were making a protest sign, and they asked why, and we said, because Lane has been killing the dance program. And they said, I can't believe that. Can I sign your petition now? Because Lane is known for its dance program. And in our recent concert that we had last weekend, we had all of the students from the program who are performing, including folks from Western Oregon and UO, come out in solidarity to talk to the audience about what has been going on. As I go around school over these years, you know, I see everybody on their phones. I originally went to school at a time when we didn't have phones. People are attached to their screens. When I see people come into dance program at the beginning, often they can't look you in the eye, but something that dance brings to them is like the ability to be seen, the ability to engage with the world. That's not like what we're being pushed to, which is like to be doing, you know, like writing our papers on AI. Like there's a constant dehumanization of what is happening in the world currently. And dance is something that like actually grounds us, and it's so valuable. Also, like, you know, I always look like I'm dressed to like go to the gym because I am one of these teachers that we mentioned who trained here and now teach in the community. That's why I always leave here early, because I go and teach a dance class. There's so much value in what the dance program here has done over the years. We've had world-class people here, people who are like choreographing on Broadway, have been here at Lane working with us and choreographing for us, and that's just simply not happening anymore. And the question that keeps coming to mind is who gets to decide that a program is over? When Bonnie Samoa, the former head, was retiring, there was an attempt to get somebody to replace her, but the administration refused. So now it's relying on part-time folks who are doing the best they can, but also the administration isn't allowing there to be enough dance classes. As it was said, there's ballet offered in the spring. Ballet's wonderful. We're happy to have it. That's not a curriculum. Ballet is also not the most accessible dance form. So we're not asking for crumbs. We don't want a few classes here and there. We want an actual program that cultivates the sort of artistic and connective tissue of the community that we're a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Haley Wilson. Following is Frankie Hart.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Evening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hales Wilson. I've been a part-time student at Lane since 2022, and I work full-time directing an outdoor school. For many years, the Lane Dance Program has been an incredible world-class arts program, preparing students for a dance career and continuing at a four-year institution. This program also supports the mental health of students to engage in embodied and experiential learning, a need that students have more now than ever. You already know that now more than ever, students are not reading, not completing assignments, students are not engaged, they're distracted by technology and the stress in the current socio-political climate. What we need now more than ever is access to embodied arts, experiential learning, community, and high-impact practices that challenge us to be present in our own bodies and in our own learning. The Lane Dance Program exemplifies this. I can tell you firsthand that these dance classes changed my trajectory as a working professional and as a human. I not only learned technique that restarted my dance career, I'm now a company member in a dance company, and I facilitate dance classes in the community. These dance classes showed me how disembodied I was and how this was a barrier to being present, regulated, and effective in my day-to-day. After several terms of consistent dance, most of my recurring symptoms for PTSD were gone, a condition that I thought I would take a lifetime to return to a baseline. I now use what I've learned in dance classes to supervise my own staff and to support youth in outdoor science education by employing tools of regulation, embodiment, and community connection. This has improved their focus, their behavioral concerns, and learning outcomes. I am now accepted in the University of Oregon Couples and Family Therapy program to become a therapist that focuses on somatic embodiment and dance therapy. This is all because of my experiences in the dance program. Currently, basic technique and core classes are not being offered, and students cannot complete requirements for graduation. The Lane Community College Administration has not replaced the previous full-time faculty since spring of 2023. The Lane Dance Program is not only a two-year dance program and is the only two-year dance program in Oregon, which provides invaluable career and academic support for emerging artists and connects Lane to the larger arts community. Dance students are filling up courses and they're asking for more. So why are courses being cut when students want more dance classes? I asked the board to ensure that LCC administration hire a full-time dance faculty program to steward the program, and that students are involved in the hiring process, and that dance classes are offered to match the student demand, and current dance faculty are included in these decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frankie Hart. Following is Madeline Sisson.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Frankie Hart, and I'm talking on behalf of the dance program. I came to the school because I had heard of your teachers here and the experience here. I came to the school because I looked online and I saw what you offered and I wanted to come and be a part of it. That is not happening anymore. To see that illusion and come here and have it be shattered is heartbreaking because I get the opportunity to work with excellent teachers. They have changed my view on how I carry myself in 9 weeks. I'm a completely different dancer than who I was like 12 years ago. That's when I started. I started dancing 12 years ago. There's so much growth that happens in 12 years. There's so much growth that happens here in this space because of your teachers. And to hear that their opportunity to teach people these grounding experiences are being taken away is so sad to hear, because I have managed to use techniques from Bonnie to help me with my panic attacks. I dropped out of school in high school because of my panic attacks. And I went straight into college because I wanted to get better education than what I was receiving before. And I wanted to find a community that I felt safe in. I found that here, and it is being taken away. I also can't afford to do dance outside of this program. Since moving here to Eugene, I moved here in October. I have been unable to find a job. But because of your program, I've able to stay dancing and stay grounded and stay secure in who I am, because I know I love it. And to know that I might not have that opportunity anymore to do the thing that I came to do, I feel it puts me at a loss, a total loss, because I love this place and I want to be here next year, and I will not be a student here next year without this program. I also wanted to say that the ballet program is beautiful and I'm so excited to be taking it next term. But it by itself, as others have said, is not a curriculum. And it needs to have more. It needs to have the basics of movement. You need to have the anatomy classes. You need to have the contemporary. That is a real curriculum. That is what students want and are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Madeline Sisson, and following is Jody James.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Madeline Sisson, and I'm a former student at Lane Community College, as well as the Director of Marketing for Blue Lotus Chai. The LCC dance program has not only shaped my personal life, but also my professional career at an executive level. Maintaining a strong, organized leadership structure for this program is critical for our community. During my time at Lane, I have taken several dance theory courses, including contemporary, choreography, and anatomy of the moving body. These classes have had a direct and profound impact on my work as a professional in the business development and marketing industry. The skills cultivated in dance, creative problem solving, physical and mental discipline, embodied leadership, teamwork, adaptability, and the ability to communicate ideas with clarity and intention are the same skills I rely on in my everyday high-stakes professional environment. Choreography taught me how to structure complex projects and project management skills. Contemporary technique gave me the ability to be embodied, thoughtful team member. Anatomy and anatomy of the moving body grounded me in mindful awareness, which directly strengthens my ability to be a leader in the workplace. Dance is not simply an art form. It is an education in resilience, collaboration, design, and innovation, all essential skills for the modern workplace. Beyond my own experience, dance is an integral part of Eugene's cultural ecosystem. Our city is home to a vibrant performing arts community, and LCC has long served as a foundational training space for dancers, choreographers, and arts educators who go on to contribute meaningfully to local organizations, schools, and local government. Without structured leadership in the dance program, we lose not only classes, we lose one of the rare community anchors that supports both artistic expression and professional development. Canceling classes has a profound ripple effect. Students lose access to the physical, emotional, and artistic support that dance uniquely provides. Working adults like myself who rely on LCC's flexible program to continue our education lose access to movement-based learning that helps sustain our mental health, creativity, and work-life balance. I urge the board to recognize the benefits of this program and to restore organized direction and add stable class offerings that provide the 2-year transfer degree to other universities. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to supporting the students of LCC.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jody James. Following is Adrian Mitchell.
Welcome.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Jody James, and I teach in the dance program at Lane Community College. I have read the description of the new Culture and Belonging Faculty Fellowship Program. It speaks of cultivating a respectful, inclusive, and accessible learning environment. It prioritizes historically marginalized populations, first-generation students, socioeconomic diversity, and the capacity to understand difference, power, and privilege. It seeks to recruit and retain faculty who can work effectively across cultural contexts. I support those goals. But I need to say something difficult. The dance program is already doing this work. Just this past weekend, the dance program hosted its annual Collaborations Dance Concert. This concert is a celebration of community. LCC dancers perform faculty choreography, and dance studios and companies in the Eugene-Springfield area offer brilliant and diverse works of art to the program. In working with LCC dancers, I witnessed firsthand students from across Oregon, rural and urban communities, moving together on one stage, students of different racial and ethnic identities, different gender identities, different socioeconomic backgrounds, first-generation college students, students of all ages and abilities, students navigating invisible adversities, beginners and advanced performers. They did not perform as separate entities. They performed as an integrated whole. They trusted one another and found mutual understanding. They lifted each other up and supported each other. They negotiated difference through rehearsal. Through the art of dance, strong connections and friendships were formed. They learned to collaborate across skill levels and lived experiences. They created a cohesive work of art that could not exist without every voice and every body present. This is not theoretical culture and belonging. This is embodied culture and belonging. In our studios, students practice equity in real time. Advanced dancers mentor beginners. Students notice when someone is missing and reach out. They build leadership, they build empathy, they build resilience. They learn how to function across difference, not in a discussion board, but through shared risk and shared creation. If the college is investing in an associate vice president and 2 faculty positions under the banner of culture and belonging, while simultaneously dissolving a program that has long cultivated exactly that, then we must ask, what do we actually value? Is culture and belonging something we describe or something we protect? Eliminating the dance program while expanding administrative and designated faculty lines under the same banner sends a message, whether intended or not, that lived community is expendable while structural language is prioritized. If we are serious about increasing access, supporting historically marginalized students, and cultivating environments where difference is understood and honored, the dance program should not be disappearing. It should be recognized as a model. Protect the dance program.
Thank you.
Next, we have Adrian Mitchell. Following is Rosa Lopez.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm speaking to clarify what I understand is an inadvertent error in the College Council report about tuition, suggesting that LCCEA desires a higher tuition rate. 3.3% is the amount that the administration built into their forecasting model. LCCEA did not make any motions or recommendations to increase tuition at 3.3% or any other specific amount. I serve as the LCCEA representative on the College Council, but I was absent from College Council on the day of the meeting because I was in mediation over bargaining. I arranged for a proxy to vote on behalf of LCCEA at the College Council meeting, and I will share the statement that I asked my proxy to read. If there is a motion to pass the recommendation of 1.2%, which equates to $2 per credit increase, the LCCEA vote is to abstain. It would be wonderful if you could share this reasoning. LCCEA supports this motion conceptually, but abstains from voting for a number of reasons. The January vote of the Board of Education to make unspecified budget cuts and also unspecified new expenses, such as program creation or investments, has not been incorporated into the forecasting model. So it is not possible to analyze the budgetary impacts of these substantial changes and the overall budget picture with regard to tuition. In addition, the administration's model built in an assumption of a 3.3% tuition increase with no information that is available about what the trade-offs of a 1.2% increase and the resulting budget gap would be. At a recent meeting of BDS, Budget Development Subcommittee, members of the administration shared that student costs could increase if, for example, classes are unavailable or cut for budgetary reasons, causing delayed graduation and/or additional terms of attendance for students, which would exceed the cost of a somewhat higher increase. Simply stated, without more information about what student services or programs could be impacted, and without any protection for students, it is not possible to vote due to a lack of information about the impacts of such a vote. Finally, LCCEA continues to recommend a coordinated strategy for legislative advocacy with earlier decisions on tuition by the board with multiple options approved tied to state funding levels. The universities have been highly successful with such a strategy, achieving more funding from the state by passing tuition rates that are tied to funding levels, which has resulted in better funding and lower tuition rates. Community colleges should do the same, and LCC should participate in coordination with all the community colleges statewide in order to achieve increases to the CCSF, the Community College Support Fund, that mitigate tuition increases. I hope this clarifies the LCCEA position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rosa Lopez. Following is Sophie Gibson.
Hello, I'm here today to speak on potential program cuts and to remind you of the need to maintain representational democracy at LCC and at all publicly elected boards. For the last 25 plus years, board members at LCC have always voted on program cuts and facilitated public input before they voted. These very public potential cuts were generally announced in February or March and voted on in April or May. Eventually, the board voted to end some programs and keep others. These facts are easily verified with Register Guard articles and board meeting minutes. When the school districts want to cut a program, we in Linn County hear about it and can offer input. When the library is considering closing certain days, we hear about it and can offer input. It's not operational, it's fundamental. The concern around this loss of power of elected officials goes beyond just LCC. There is an attack on all elected positions and attempts to diminish the roles of local boards here and across the country. Even our members of Congress face attempts to diminish their voting power. If our elected officials lose or even forfeit their power at any level, it will become so difficult to get it back. And we, like many others, will struggle to maintain representational democracy in the face of corporate influence. The Democratic Party of Linn County also acknowledges this concern and passed a resolution in December asking the LCC Board of Education continue to fulfill their roles in voting on program cuts and ensuring opportunity for community input. You might not even realize the role you have in this attack on democracy, but you play a large role. I know you will have to make difficult votes, but the point is that you will vote on specific program cuts. I had believed after the discussion in winter that in March, the college would come to the board with specific options. I see no options and I see no specifics, and nothing to send out to employers and high school community agencies about which programs are at risk. Will it be dance, the health clinic, ethnic studies, specialized support services, culinary? All these programs have been placed on the list before, but have survived due to the thoughtful discussions and community input and the votes of our board members. Please do not give our democracy away. Please call for specific potential cuts to be made public before you vote.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sophie Gibson. Following is Leslie Soriano Cervantes.
Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Fulnagi and members of the board, President Hampton and President Bolger. I'm really proud to see how hard the Student Government Association and President Hampton have worked this last year to ensure that the tuition increase rate suggestion is so low this year. In all of the turmoil that has gone on in the last couple of years on the board, one of the people I've seen keep sight of a real goal is Amelia. She's continued to be right next to her dedication for students and their desires. As a person who spent a year hearing very fascinating budget slideshows in the last year from Jonathan and Kara, I know what it means to raise tuition for the college. But being a student and a human being, I know what it's like to have to work full-time, take a 16 credit workload, and pay my bills. And right now it's a scary and political and economic time. So I urge the board to agree to keep tuition increase low at this 1.2% increase and maintain the same mandatory fee rate. I urge the board to continue to listen and empower students, its biggest and most important group of constituents. I urge the board to actively assess the power they hold over each student's life here at Lane. I understand Oregon's general fiscal health is poor and that state and federal funding is not always promised nor prosperous, but it is not the responsibility of students to take that on. It is not fair to push that responsibility onto the people who are here to improve their lives and open doors. By raising tuition increasingly every year, we systematically shut those doors in the faces of our most adversely impacted neighbors. The students at LCC, they're not just my friends, they're the backbone of our community here in Eugene and deserve a voice, and they deserve to have it listened to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Soriano Cervantes. Following is Fiora Starchild Wolf.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Please pardon my voice. I am under the weather, but I wanted to be here. There are a couple of things I would like to bring to your attention. This term is the last quarter that students will receive career counseling. This service has been dismantled. The college has decided to sideline my skill set and experience and utilize me as a full-time instructor. Guided Pathways practice for student success is to ensure quality career exploration and guidance before students begin their studies. As a career counselor, I help the college retain students by guiding students in aligning their success, interests, and values with academic majors and professional goals. Career counselors provide essential services such as career exploration before students start drowning in debt. I have experienced the trauma of my department be dismantled and whittled away, from a department of 16 career counselors to now me, the sole surviving member of a very talented group of dedicated professionals. LCC has consistently said it wants to be a Hispanic serving institution. It cannot achieve that status if the institution does not invest more people with my skills that look like me and have similar lived experiences. I've taken it upon myself to study some of our sister community colleges in our proximity. Chemeketa Community College has a department of 7 career counselors. Lynn Benton has 2. PCC has 12. After this term, LCC will be left with 0. That need is there because my calendar is always packed. The demand is always there because students have trouble making appointments within a 2-week framework because I'm the only person serving students with career counseling. I am here to put on the record that the college will struggle with student success without any quality career counseling with people that have my professional pedigree. I urge and challenge the administration in their next strategic planning meeting to seriously think about the services my area provided. Students and community members value and appreciate this resource, and it's very apparent that the college unfortunately does not. When students enter the workforce with good career counseling, industries notice. After all, part of our responsibility is to prepare every student that walks through our doors for the diverse challenges in the workforce and in the community. I don't see how we truly get that done without career counselors that prepare and empower graduates to fully engage in uniqueness that each and every one of them will face beyond LCC. That will be a shame. Quickly, I'll let you know, when I tell people I work at Lane Community College, they tell me, oh, wow, I've hired a couple students that graduated from Lane and they're amazing.
Thank you so much.
So hope you guys make the right choice.
Thank you.
Next, we have Fiora Starchild Wolf, and following is Eric Kim.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, esteemed LCC board members and President Bolger. I'm Fiora Starchild Wolf, college achievement coach, COPE officer for LCCEF, and member of the LCCEF bargaining team during our recent contract economic reopener. I'm here to let you know that while LCCEF is not unmindful of the many financial and other concerns faced by the college, we did our best also to represent our classified professionals. While helping to build enrollment levels and support students in meeting their educational goals, which often includes improving their financial security through well-paying careers, we find ourselves losing ground economically as prices for basics such as groceries, transportation, medical care, and housing continue to rise. While we did not get everything we wanted, we feel we were able to find a middle ground with the college team that essentially allows us to continue to avoid losing ground for all, with a COLA that is in line with the county CPI, while maintaining our very important healthcare benefits and offering our non-contracted part-time professionals with some basic protections that allow them more predictable schedules. Our membership has reviewed the tentative agreement that was reached by the college with the college team, and they have voted overwhelmingly in favor. I'm here to ask you, our esteemed board, to please vote to ratify the agreement we reached so that our classified professionals can do the excellent work that we do while maintaining our ability to meet our living expenses as costs continue to rise. Just yesterday, I also learned of a new budget proposal that you are presented with, which include even larger cuts and layoffs that seem to hit the very hard at the classified level. Honestly, to have this proposal submitted to you for a vote right after we reached our tentative agreement with no campus-wide discussion as a long-developed governance process would seem to dictate, feels like a slapdown for daring to expect that our earnings might have a very minimal increase that allows us to not lose ground economically. This also comes immediately after the Oregon legislature voted to separate state funding from the federal cuts that were predicted, something I actually spoke to them about last week. Meaning that state funding is not cut and may indeed have tools to increase funding. I ask the board to please refuse to vote for this without significant discussion and clarification throughout the entire campus community, and to ensure that any cost-cutting measures that do need to be made are only done with careful assessment of fairness and harm reduction to all constituents. Oh, and by the way, I've been a dance mom as well as a lifelong dancer, performer and teacher, and my mother was as well. My youngest adult child has danced since they first saw the Sugar Plum Fairy and went on to almost a professional ballet career before deciding to go for a 4-year BFA in modern dance, and now is teaching in the Chicago Public School District in a program that they have for young children in South Chicago, which is very economically difficult.
Absolutely. If you can finish your thought. Thank you, appreciate it.
Finishing the thought with what they're teaching now is literacy through dance.
Thank you.
And our final speaker of the night is Eric Kim.
Good evening, Lane Community College Board of Education, Dr. Bolger, SGA President Hampton. My name's Eric Kim. I teach psychology in the social science division. If you're online, email me at kim.e@lanecc.edu to get tonight's handout on an automatic reply. I want you to answer the 2 questions on the handout to yourself. If you weren't here last month, do the best you can. Probably works better if you weren't here, as oddly as it will sound. It doesn't take much to make different judgments about the same reality. Both colors of paper asked you to estimate how many pennies were on the image from last month. The only difference is the blue paper asked you if there were more or less than 5 pennies, and the green paper asked if there were more or less than 25 pennies. I predict that those with the blue paper answered with an average estimate of maybe about 10 pennies, and those with the green paper answered with an average estimate of maybe about 20 pennies. This is called anchoring and adjusting. Psychologically, people anchor on a reference point and adjust from there. And usually these adjustments are insufficient. People anchored on 5 and adjusted upward probably to about 10. People anchored on 25 and adjusted downward to maybe about 20. Recently, Pam Bondi claimed fentanyl seizures saved 258 million people. That's roughly 75% of the US population. And even if you know that this estimate is unrealistically high, you anchor on the 258 million and your adjustments will be insufficient. Having a broad education is important for critical thinking. Without knowing the population or size of the fentanyl problem in America, you're susceptible to shortcuts in decision-making like anchoring and adjusting. Also, from last month, if 258 million is repeated often enough, it just sounds true. Learning about anchoring and adjusting is important for a community to identify when policymakers are being disingenuous to manipulate perception instead of informing the public mind. This reduces trust and is poisonous to the future of institutions in a civil society. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was last speaker. That concludes public comment. We are now moving on to reports. We will start out with the SGA report. President Hampton.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I'm sure you could tell by my voice, I am in the thick of it, so I will do the best I can. So for my final report, hold on.
No worries.
First and foremost, I'd like to express that it has been an honor to serve on this board to represent the student body, especially during this great time of need. It is an understatement to say that my term has been challenging, and I have unfortunately at times felt kind of disrespected by those in higher authority. This, however, does not diminish the incredible opportunity I've had, nor the skills I have gained in leadership, public speaking, and understanding of governance. I'm also glad to see that through President Gibson's and my advocacy, President Bolger has ensured that there will be more support for the next student body president. To conclude, I'd like to present SGA's highlights from this year. I'm proud to report that our Know Your Rights event in collaboration with MECHA was a success. We had around 20 students in attendance, a significant number, and I'm incredibly proud of the work put into this event and the team's overwhelming support for this topic. We were honored to feature a noble guest from the Portland Immigration Rights Coalition, who provided crucial information regarding students' rights in an uncertain political climate. Additionally, SGA distributed resources and safety lessons to help students feel both more secure on and off campus. Other accomplishments this year were significant to the health of our campus community. First, we continued our support for the food pantry and focused heavily on increasing awareness of this resource through tabling, events, and donating $5,000 to add more essential items for students. We know that food insecurity is one of the largest barriers to academic success. We work to ensure students knew this resource existed and that there's no shame in using it. We also put significant work into reaching a consensus with the student activity fee recommendation and the distribution of funds. This process required difficult conversations and compromise, balancing the ethics of good stewardship with the needs and interests of students and the requests of each group. We ultimately landed on a recommendation that we believe serves the majority of students by focusing on the support services and the student organizations that make our campus vibrant. During this holiday season, we provided $300 for the team to give gifts to the Giving Bond. This was a small gesture, but it allowed us to give back to students who may not have had the means to celebrate or provide for their families during the winter break. Lastly, we started the BOE Watch Party events. These events ensure another space for students to learn about the highest level of governance at this college. In closing, I will miss sitting up here representing the students and leading an incredible team. However, I'm thrilled to pass the torch to Michael Olson, whom you heard from today, the next student body president. I have full confidence in his ability to continue this fight to advocate for students. Thank you all. I'm so glad I didn't botch that, and I will be here forever. Only speak when necessary.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing you in Florence as well. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the LCC. Oh, Julie, just to keep in order, we're going to continue with the reports. So I'm going to move on to the next report here, which is the LCCEA report.
I can't ask a question of the person who just gave a report.
Well, go ahead, Julie. Yeah, usually we try to keep it to the reports, but yeah, go ahead, Julie.
That's all right.
All right, great. Move on to the LCCA report.
Good evening, board members, President Bulger, President Hampton. I will have a brief report on a few topics tonight. The first one is related to the mitigation plan that you have on your agenda this evening. I'd like to share some concerns about the plan. First of all, the plan includes $1 million in cuts related to potential state cuts. But as we now know, the legislature just passed a bill that preserves funding for the state, that disconnects from the federal tax changes, and will keep the community college support fund intact. So there will be no reduction in state funding for community colleges, including LCC. The plan also includes $400,000 in additional bargaining commitments, which is not consistent with the LCCEA LCC tentative agreement, nor from our understanding the new LCCEF agreement. In addition, the plan provides no details on which services, college operations, or programs would be reduced or eliminated. It lists only high-level categories. Finally, asking the board to vote on cuts without knowing what they are would cause you all, as the Board of Education members, to disregard your duty to the public, the campus, and the community at large. It would also be inconsistent with your own policies on program and service cuts, as well as documented long-standing precedent. In short, the plan to make $4.4 million in unknown cuts places the board in an untenable position to make decisions of significant impact on the college, students, and local community without any clear information on what would be cut, for what reason, and what the trade-offs and impacts of any such decision would be. Please also note that no notice has been provided to LCCEA about potential cuts, nor has the administration followed the contractually required or legally required negotiation process that they must abide by before implementing any possible reductions that would affect faculty. And I'd also like to echo the concerns of my colleague, Rosa Lopez, who most eloquently stated the critical importance of maintaining representational democracy. The people of Lane County did vote for you all as members of the Board of Education, and we ask that you fulfill your duty. Thank you for considering that. On a happier topic, we are very appreciative to have reached a tentative agreement regarding our contract negotiations. By the time we were in mediation at the end of the day on Wednesday, our strike pledges had reached 96%. So we're really grateful that we were able to come to an agreement and really deeply appreciate the leadership of the board in helping to bring that to fruition. We think there are a lot of positive benefits, not only for faculty, but for our campus community at large, including language that will require creating a plan to improve safety in the event of a lockdown, reasonable class sizes so that faculty can provide students the attention they deserve. We're also excited about the expanded non-discrimination clause in our contract that will now protect immigration, familial, domestic violence survivorship, gender expression, and military status, among others. And we're also very appreciative for the protections regarding job security, academic freedom, privacy rights, and a fair process regarding budget exigency. In addition to that, we are very appreciative of making progress toward pay parity for part-time faculty, as well as more equitable workloads for lab instruction. We have been conducting Q&A sessions and information sessions for our members. We have a ratification vote in progress, and we'll have the results available by next Wednesday with enough time for the item to be added to the board agenda for March 18th. And our action team will be removing the outdoor signs after the board ratifies, so the next day after that. I will provide a copy of my report that includes some visuals and charts and photos as always, but one of them does show the lab rate across the state, and you will see that Lane was in the very bottom, 11th out of the 17 colleges, and is now moving up toward the higher end of the middle with regard to the lab rate, so that all of our instructors who are working in health professions, in the trades, as well as any type of lab instruction are going to be treated more equitably and fairly here on campus and in relation to peers at other colleges. A few other brief updates. As part of the resolution of our bargaining, we have resolved and are dropping one unfair labor practice complaint and one grievance that had been scheduled for arbitration, which will reduce litigation costs for LCC. Our action team has made a commitment and that we have asked the action team to provide the leadership with regard to public comment at board meetings, asking our members not to read serial comments. And so that's one of the commitments that we are making. In addition, we're really excited about the transition to Canvas as the new learning management system, and we'll be working on that, assuming you affirm that as part of your vote this evening. And last but not least, we're very excited that the Oregon legislature has passed the law that will require community colleges, all higher institutions of higher education, as well as K-12 schools to provide notice and alerts whenever ICE is on their school or campus location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the LCCEF report. Tammy Hill.
Hi, Tammy Hill, President, LCCEF. I have a couple of things. I want to mimic. I'm on the BDS and I'm also on College Council. And I want to mimic the approval of the mitigation without the details. That was one of the issues we talked about, was it would be a lot easier to make decisions if we knew where the cuts were coming from. I also want to hit really quick on tuition increases. We heard in both instances, we heard from students about the tuition. And I want to remind people, and I don't remember who all's been here, how long. I know you. However, we've been doing tuition increases since 2001 to 2002. And as recently as 24-25 at a 4% increase, and 23-24 to a 5% increase. So what I want to say is, after talking to students and hearing stories, one of the reasons we suggested such a low increase is because we heard stories from several situations, and it just really got us. So I hope that you approve this. I feel like your job is like a marble, and you have to try to figure out so it doesn't roll off the table. Where can you cut it here? Where can you do it here? Where can you do it here? The students understand that there has to be cuts. They get that, or there has to be some tuition increase. But what they don't understand is carrying it themselves. They don't. That's what it feels like. So they are for a little bit of an increase, but not to carry it themselves. And if you look at the history, actually, if you Google budget history of Lane Community College, it says continuous exceeding debt or something like that for over 10 years, 11 years. So it's a history that they shouldn't have to pay for. Lastly, I'm bringing this to you because I got an abundance of emails, messages, phone calls, and I want to be clear. I'm not saying you don't deserve what I'm going to say, but so in December 2025, the board approved a $9 million cut for over 3 years. And then today, in the mitigation plan, 14 and a half classified, with only 2 of those positions are vacancies to be cut. So 5 faculty, 1's a vacancy, and then 3 managers. For 9 months, we bargained to get a 3% increase. We were told that each percentage over 2.7% counted as one classified position. We're always hearing how we're together in this, we're a team, let's do it together. But according to the president's new contract, the board has awarded her a nearly 10.5% increase. I understand it's rolling years over the next 3 years. I get that. The problem is we've been told over and over again, it's such a recession. We have no money, we have this. And instead of doing the 10% right out the top, why not just 3% each year? Or it just really bothers people because I understand that President Bolger did not say, hey, give me 10%. I understand that was the job of the board. However, for those of us who are working for someone who we want to be a great leader, being a great leader does not mean that they prioritize themselves over their employees. It means they're in the trenches with them, down at the bottom. If we all only get 3, everybody gets 3. I mean, it doesn't seem right to me because of the increase. We're not working any less hard. It's a fact. So what I heard most was like it was another slap in the face for us to see that the 10% increase was given when we had to fight so hard. I mean, I'm interested to know, are these jobs above the result of the 10% increase? Because we were told that there'd be reduction in classified if we went over 2.7. So it just doesn't make sense. It's not fair. It's not right. And I did hear a ton about that. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that people are watching, people are reading, they're seeing what's happening. That's good news, but it still feels kind of sad. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last is the president's report. President Bolger.
Yes, I want to thank everyone this evening for all of your public comments. I have listened to all of your comments and really appreciate them. We are near the end of the winter quarter, and there have been several developments that are reflecting the momentum and some of the spirit that has been taking place here at the college. There's certainly a lot that's going on, but also a lot of positive and collective energy. One of the things that you're going to hear about tonight is where we are in the budget development process for fiscal year 2027. And we are working very diligently to have engagement, increase engagement, and also to have a data-informed approach as we plan a thoughtful and responsible FY27 budget. One of the things that we did, the board wanted to have us talk to students, and we did. We talked to students in February about tuition, and there was a tuition forum. We had student perspectives, and we will continue that practice. We are incredibly pleased. I'm incredibly pleased, and we're really, really proud of our unions here at the institution and also the college for bringing us to this point with tentative agreements with the ratification of the LCCEF agreement as well. I also want to share that I attended a conference on Monday. This is Achieving the Dream. It's called Dream 2020-26. This is an organization, a national organization that's devoted to student success and to helping institutions increase student success at their local areas. We were recognized to be a leader college, and I was incredibly proud of that. And if you look at my LinkedIn page today, please link my LinkedIn page today. Then you will see a photo of that award. Would really appreciate you doing that. And finally, I know that the Associate Vice President position for Culture and Belonging was just mentioned a little bit earlier. This is a position that everyone may know that the college is really quite interested in having. And we had some candidates come this past week and some who will be coming next week as well. I am delighted at the candidate pool and hoping for positive results. And that's my report.
Excellent. That concludes reports. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything that would like to be removed from the consent agenda? All right. Seeing none, for the purposes of the minutes, we are going to do a roll call vote as opposed to, first, let me ask for a motion for the consent agenda. Is there a move for the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Any further discussion? All right, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fullnagy.
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mittal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Weisman.
Yeah.
Excellent. Consent agenda has been approved. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move on to Resolution 714, FY 25-26 grant funding. President Bolger, we have a presentation on this?
Yes, the action items.
Yeah.
Yes, we certainly don't have a presentation on these, but we certainly can have the Vice President of Finance and Operations to come to the table here and answer any questions that the board might have.
Excellent. Any questions from the board? Kevin, did you have a question or?
No, I was chuckling at VP Flat's tentative getting into this hot seat there.
Looks like we do have a hand up. Zach, go ahead.
Thanks. If you could just walk us through the top line numbers, specifically the grant amounts and how that's affecting our budget, what that's for, and what the outcomes are of that, as well as the 1.2 million going from instructional to instructional support grants and student services.
Yeah. Yes, I can speak to that generically, and Jonathan's here if we need additional support. But essentially, this is not a change in any of our grants that we have. There are two particular grants that are driving this, and it's based on two things. One, we have a SBA, Small Business Administration. There was a change in some of those grant awards. And then the second one was we are anticipating fully spending our state construction capital projects grant on building 16. Initially, we hadn't anticipated having that entire amount needed for the budget this year, but we are anticipating spending that all before June 30th. So this is an alignment of our budget based on what we anticipated originally, and not a change in any grants that we have, but just aligning our budget and requesting that authority. And it does trigger a 10% threshold, so it requires the public hearing that you had earlier.
Okay, a follow-up. So the 5 million, that is the state grant for the capital construction?
Correct.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, the 1.2 million, can you explain that again, the change there?
And initially, when we allocate our budget, we just anticipate where those categories will need to be spent. And when the grant comes in and we have all the final documentation, how they'll be spent, and SBA is different because it's multiple centers across the state. So when we bring those in and have the final budgets that we allocate, we may have to adjust how those are spent. So it's aligning our budget with what those grants are. We're not removing any instructional services or discontinuing any programs. We are continuing it. We just have to align what we originally anticipated in the budget.
So this is a reporting thing. We're not actually we're finally getting the money through, and we have to get our books in order to have the money flow correctly.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Steve?
Really a follow-on to that. I read it largely as sort of a reporting, housekeeping kind of a thing, and nothing terrible, nothing substantive in terms of, longer term forecasts.
No effect on any of those.
All right. Kevin?
I'd like to offer a motion.
Excellent. We have a motion. Is there a second?
He has to make the motion.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Yeah. You go ahead if you could read the motion. Yes.
I want to read my motion.
Of course. I'm so sorry, Kevin. I did not mean to.
I move that the board approve Resolution 714 for FY 2025-26 grant fund number 8 supplemental budget and realignment.
And is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Kevin, would you like to speak to the motion?
No.
All right, excellent. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve Resolution 714 FY 2526 signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. We'll now move on to the 27 budget mitigation strategies approval. President Bolton?
Yes, I'd like to start by bringing the board to this point. You might recall that in the fall that the budget development process started in the fall during the fall term. And in January of this year, the board approved a 3-year mitigation plan for fiscal year 27, which is the budget development process that we're in right now. There was a $3 million, I think, is that right? A $3 million reduction to expenditures in that. And that is going to be moving us to a sustainable budget over the next 3 years. This is an important step in the process, what's going to be happening today. This is a first reading, if you will, that we're going to be walking the board through this evening. It is high level. It's meant to be high level. And I know the board is going to need more time to review information and also to make decisions. And so I'm going to offer and recommend or suggest as advisor to the board that the board take the work session on March 18th to have a much longer conversation about some of the details. We will be able to share some more details with the board on March 18th. We did not want and cannot preempt processes that are contractual processes. For example, we cannot preempt those. And so we want to be able to do that and to bring the board more detail. And we also want to engage the college community between now and 2 weeks from now in more ways as well over some of those details. It also helps prepare us, this process that we're in, helps prepare us for the budget committee being stood up in April. We will start meeting the last 2 weeks of April, and this helps us with that process as well. And you might recall last year, the budget committee did not want to approve a budget that had a structural deficit. And so we are working diligently to make sure that that does not happen as well. With that, I want to introduce Kara Flath and also Shane Turner, who are going to present this presentation this evening.
May I just ask a clarifying question? I'm sorry, it was just something that you said, President Bolger, you said that you wanted us to have a deeper discussion in March 18th at our next meeting. This is listed as an action item. Are you removing it as I'm just a little confused now.
Yeah, totally. Sure. Well, I was about to ask the parliamentarian if that's the situation. We would have to make an actual motion to table it after we hear a presentation. Would probably be the smoothest way to go about it. Is my understanding.
If I could, while Paul is thinking about that, really appreciate that. You might notice that the motion is not approving this plan this evening. What the motion is, if you can look at the very last slide of this presentation, you'll see the actual motion. And what the motion does is it approves basically the college to move forward in the process. So we anticipated that the board would want more time. And if the board does want to take that time, I would offer that March 18th would be a good time to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. And we do understand all of this is in a condensed timeline. And, part of that isn't by design, but we needed more time to get the mitigation plan approved and then move forward from there. So we are working within the timeline we have, so it is condensed. Again, we recognize this has a substantial impact for the college. It's not been a process that I've seen in the 2 years I've been here, so we appreciate the board moving forward with this mitigation plan and continuing this conversation. It's hard. It's going to be the difficult work, and so we understand, we recognize that there's a lot of complexities that surround this. As we move into this, we summarize this at a more high level. But what I want to reiterate to the board, and I'm sure this is a little difficult to read, but we went through a process to get to this place, and it's between this slide and the next slide, but of course, we recognize this is to acknowledge the structural deficit we have. And so that, having said that, that's what we'll continue forward with. But on the next page, what I'll emphasize is a couple of things, and I've hoped that you have this just to reference later. There's a lot of information on here, but there's a couple particular items I want to draw your attention to. In the fall of 2025, that's when we started this thought exchange discussion. Of course, summer, we went into the board discussion with your board values, where we have the 4 priorities: the fiscal sustainability, students, staff, and community responsiveness, in that order. So we took that into account when we looked at all of these things. We also went through the thought exchange process. There was 3 of them. The first one is, where do you see Lane being in 3 to 5 years? There's a survey link in this particular document. If you want to review that, it's interactive. The second one was mission critical versus mission adjacent. There wasn't a lot of feedback in that particular one, so we don't have that survey data in there. It had very low engagement. So we moved on to the next stage, which is what do you think about mitigation strategies, and what does that mean to you? There is a lot of information in there. Had I think a good amount of engagement. Can only speak to the numbers that it has in there. And then we used all of that information coupled with what the board's values to go back and look at where the college could make these mitigation strategies. That's where we have developed the next slide. 3 global categories that are summarized. The largest area is operations, and it is what you would think of operational areas, the things in the background that the college needs to do. It also includes business processes, where if there's things that are streamlined, there would be no student impact in the services that they're seeing. Support services is the next area that will have more discussion. That was 32%. And then academic programs is the smallest area with 22%. We had conversations in the budget development subcommittee. That's why you hear some of the conversations today. There is a net reduction of FTE of 22.5 FTE. Of that, there are three vacant positions in total. In that, we're giving you just the global numbers. It includes 14.5 classified positions, 5 faculty, and 3 manager positions. The next one, 6.5 FTE, is I'm calling repurposed FTE. It's the term I'm using to try and put layman's terms, not a contractual term, but essentially 6.5 faculty we're anticipating being teaching something different, being aligned with what the priorities are. And I was going to let Shane speak to why we're keeping this at a global level. It affects employees and what the requirements are for the college.
Thank you. So as you've heard tonight earlier, actually, there are contractual requirements about notice and working through processes with our labor partners. And so if we came to you and got that out of order, we could be subject to an unfair labor practice. And so it's very important to us to follow those contractual procedures. The other thing that's really important is, as Kara mentioned, these are all people. And so it's important that the first time that they find out about this information is not here at a public board meeting. So we want to honor that and honor the process, and give the campus the opportunity for feedback through each of those. And so that's why we're asking you to stay at a higher level. We will come back to you with more detail once we've gone through those required contractual processes. But this vote tonight gives us the ability to begin to move through those processes.
And the 4.4 million was also a number that was brought up, that we had started in the mitigation plan at 3 million. So we can all agree that was in there. What we also anticipated as we move through is the state initially was going to do the 5% reduction, which was $2.5 million a year. Then we later heard it was potentially $1 million at 1% a year. Now, it was as of late last week is when the state is looking at fully restoring that and going through that process with the budget reconciliation bills that are going through. In addition to that, there's about $400,000 that we're anticipating in bargaining commitments that wasn't included in the mitigation plan. So that's where you receive 4.4 million. What we will do from this point forward is we will update where we anticipate tuition revenue being, which is where the board's decision tonight will be important, where we anticipate all the revenue streams being based on the data that we have, and we will pull together all of the existing commitments and the roster that we have today, roster of employees. We pull all that together and we'll compare it to what we anticipate that revenue stream being. And the goal, of course, is to have a non-deficit budget. So that means we're calling it the break-even year. Remember, we have a 3-year plan. We will know what that gap is going to be. It will be between 3 million and 4.4 million. So we are still continuing to run those numbers. We'll have more information for you on the by the 18th, of course. And so we'll be able to run through those. But at this point, we anticipate just continuing with 4.4 million, and we will bring back where that number is estimated to be. I'm just pausing to make sure that makes sense. It doesn't mean we have to implement a whole $4.4 million. We could implement the whole $4.4 million and enhance our trajectory. Whether or not we want to do that is, within President Bolger's purview, but that would be something we could continue to do. But we will bring back what we estimate being a zero deficit spending budget, which was our commitment to the Budget Committee.
Mr. Chair, I have a question, but I don't know if you want me to hold till the end.
Would you like us to hold?
I would pause at this point just to make sure that concept's.
Okay. Jesse, go ahead.
So obviously I'm seeing what we've got. I've got the questions about the state cut fund, the state potential state cuts is obviously a moving target at this point, is what I'm hearing, is that we could very well, again, 3 to 4.4 is what we're kind of having a corral around at this point. I know you just said that, but I just really want to be clear here.
Nope, that's why I paused. We are anticipating there not being a state cut in the CCSF, the Community College Support Fund, in the next 2 years. What they have said is the outward years is we're looking at likely a negative service level. So we need to update our future forecasts. But if we're looking at just fiscal year 27, we are not looking at any CCSF reductions and no state reductions at this point, unless something changes before they end the short session.
So
go ahead. Go, yeah.
So then if that doesn't change, then this number is 3.4. Yeah. Or if there is no cuts in 27, this number goes down to 3.4. I'm sorry if this is really like pedestrian,
it's really quite detailed, but it also does drive into the tuition conversation.
Okay.
Because our forecast included a higher tuition conversation. So once we look at what property tax revenue and all the other revenue streams are, it may be more or less, but tuition does have an impact.
Good.
All right, good. All right, no other questions? Go ahead, continue.
Okay. So, and some of this is contextually for your information. This plan is designed to, of course, discuss the structural deficits, which are areas we've talked about, making sure we're sustaining our own sub-fund areas and programs. We want to protect the student-facing instruction and can reduce any duplicative services that we're seeing on and streamlining business processes. When we talk in context of, I'll pause that. Let's go to the next slide. So operations is the largest area. This is $2 million, a total of 15 FTE. It's meant to be an organizational alignment of services, cost efficiency, protecting as much as possible student-facing instruction, and consolidation of management structures, and is elimination of 2 classified positions and centralization. It is, again, a very global category, but it is in operations. It's a total of, I think it's 45% of the total. Support services is the next area. This is 6.5 positions. This area we really focus on preserving the mission critical definition, which in your packet, you'll see an enhanced kind of write-up of each of these areas with more definitions. And in that, you'll see there is a mission critical document with the student support, student success metrics and some specific information. I don't know if you were able to read through that, but please do. It was really vital for us to use for this particular exercise as we go through addressing that. Again, one of the constant themes is just addressing our structural deficits and aligning resources where we possibly can. academic programs. We focus on a few things. We want alignment with our local workforce, economic needs, focusing on high demand areas for students, which also includes the workforce, and then increasing course transferability. That was our key components when we looked at academic programs. This is a 1 FTE net reduction. This is where you see a repurposed of some positions. And again, we're aligning our course offerings with transfers and course pathways and workforce demand.
If I could just say something about this, certainly the academic programs and it's our core mission here at Lane Community College, and we were. I want to just put a fine point on the comprehensive nature of our mission, and that I have a commitment to that always staying the same. And so when you read this slide, please read not just local workforce and economic needs, but also transferable coursework. And so I just want the board to know that I'm really committed to the comprehensive mission and nature of Lane Community College.
Okay. So from this point, here's a global summary review. Looking for approval and a motion to continue with this review and this process with what President Bolger's discussed. Once we have more information out there, we anticipate requesting more information from the college community. Again, we're all on compressed timelines where they have to kind of go synchronously, but having a quick thought exchange survey out there for employees once we've gotten through the initial process of the first initial rounds of discussions, and then we'll continue to bring you the board update if you're interested, President Bolger in March, have more discussion, do a formal approval by the first meeting in April. Then it's a very quick turnaround to start the budget committee in the 3rd week of April. And that goes through potentially the 3rd or 4th week in May, which requires the board adoption of the budget in June, which you all know. Okay. So again, we do want to acknowledge this is human impact. This is about people. This is a really challenging process. Every time I've been through this process, it's really difficult. So I appreciate the board and all the work that the president and the college community and my counterparts are doing with this. It's really challenging when we're trying to correct this structural deficit. And it's really hard when 85% of your budget is people and the 15% really is fully maxed out. So this is a hard conversation. I appreciate everything and everyone with their participation. And so we just want to acknowledge that this does have a human impact. It does affect people, and we will continue to ask for input. And it's hard. So I appreciate everyone and all your work. And the next page is our motion.
All right. Further questions? Jesse?
I just have a question just because I would like to understand it, not because it's my job, but I'm really curious about this repurposing of FTEs and how that process plays out from whatever we can talk about contractually. And President Bolger, I don't know if this is where you jump in or what, but I just am kind of curious, is it volunteer? Are the staff told? How does that process, just because I would like to, I got to leave here and sleep at night and know what's going on. And I would like to know what that answer is, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So our faculty are tremendously well qualified, and oftentimes they have the certifications and abilities to teach in areas that are different from where they were initially hired. And so when a position is eliminated, we look to see very first of all, where else can that faculty member teach? Where are they certified to teach? What would it take to get them certified to teach? Those are all sort of very top line things that we have in those initial conversations with the association when these topics come up. So that's just part of the process.
Thank you.
As we have Zach online, go ahead.
Thank you for this important work. I have a lot of questions around, what specific services are looking at being cut, community services, what programs are specifically looking at being cut. I'm interested in the differences between the forecast we're seeing now and the forecast we saw previously, as well as what's not currently included. So what are we seeing as the increases in the 400,000 that's different than what we saw previously? And then how is the new tuition amount incorporated into this document in terms of, or if it's not, what are we expecting the impact of that to be?
Yes, a lot of questions, so let me try and make sure I cover them all. Again, details, we will bring those back to the board and have more discussion and conversation with that. The forecast we used to build this mitigation plan was the first quarter forecast, which was July, August, September financial data. So what we looked at and what we need to look at is anything that has changed since then in either our revenue streams or what we've included in that forecast. That forecast will not have been high enough to cover all of the anticipated salary adjustments. So what we need to do is go position by position and review what those salary adjustments, anticipated salary adjustments, are going to have an impact, and we'll bring that summary in total. We initially have projected it to be about 400,000, and we did have discussions in bargaining with both units when we had that conversation. So that's what our initial assessment was. Now that we have more firm information, which is even slightly different than that, we will roll all that together and bring it back.
And then can you speak to the difference between the tuition amount in the previous plan and if that would be, and whatever the difference is between that amount and what we're expecting from the current proposal, would that be additional mitigation that we would have to do on top of what's listed in this document?
It would not. We're still collecting the numbers, but it would not be higher than 4.4 million collectively because we had included that state cut. What we included in the forecast was 3.3%. So if we have 1.2%, that is less. What we also need to look at is all the other funding, the other revenue streams, such as property taxes. The Community College Support Fund reduction was never included in the mitigation plan. So any of those differences should more than cover it. The difference between the 1.2% in the tuition rate before you and 3.3% is about 600,000. So it does have an impact. It's whether or not the other revenue streams have increased enough since that initial forecast to cover that 600,000. We think property taxes may be up a little bit, but we may have to include some of that in that mitigation number. And that's what we anticipate pulling together, looking at what our enrollment projected enrollment growth in our next budget is. And then again, we have to put all the revenue together and look at what we're projecting to spend and figure out what that deficit is. Do you have something you want to add?
I just wanted to speak to the question about the programs and services that are potentially being cut. And because in some cases, the programs or services are small enough that be able to de-identify or be able to identify who was impacted in that way. And so that's, again, why we need to keep it at such a high level at this point.
Okay. The board has asked for a couple of long-term planning documents that it would seem would interrelate with this long-term mitigation plan and potential adjustments to our long-term spending plans. When are we expecting the Fund 9 plan to get Fund 9 to minimize its deficits, and when are we expecting the deferred maintenance plan where we can get a sense of how much more we should be spending annually on deferred maintenance so that deferred maintenance doesn't continue to grow much faster than our budget?
The deferred maintenance plan for facilities is anticipated to be presented in April. So you'll see that information, and remind you in the mitigation plan, the 3-year plan, we weren't anticipating doing further investments until the second year of the plan. So just keeping that in mind. The second piece is the Fund 9 deficits we're anticipating bringing with the more detail of this plan because they are interrelated.
I think that's my questions for now. I might have some comments after others ask their questions.
All right. Any questions? If not, I have them. Oh, go ahead. Go, Jerry.
Well, real simple. If I was interested in weighing in on that, the dance program, for example, when would be the appropriate time to do that? And when will we get that kind of information?
Would you say weighing in? Could you be more specific?
Discuss it.
Discuss the dance program itself? I believe that could be March 18th. If the board decides that it wants to have more discussion at the work session. And then there's also the meeting that's in April.
Okay, thank you.
All right, President Hampton.
My question is, so this is the potential programs being cut or minimized. What is the plan to address currently enrolled students in these at-risk courses and programs?
With those, that's what the academic affairs team will work on. There's always a requirement for teach outs, and there are plans in place when we bring these forward. So that team is already working on those. And again, students would be communicated with. We would have conversations, and they would know which students would be affected and impacted by any of those.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
That is a great question because a teach out, if you're not familiar with the term, a teach out is actually required when you go through a process like this with a particular program. And so that ensures that students in that program are able to complete the program.
I have a few questions. Thank you, by the way, for the presentation, for the information. And I definitely can appreciate also the human-centric aspects of your presentation. Greatly appreciate that, both for students and for our classified professionals and faculty. Thank you. On page 7, sorry, I know you just put away the slide here, but on page 7 here, transition, the last bullet point there, which is transition services to alternative providers where low impact. Is that essentially contracting out services or contracting out? But yeah, because it's transitioning obviously services into a contract out situation.
That is one piece we will definitely be bringing details in on March 18th. It's a combination of things.
Gotcha. Okay. In regards to page 8, we heard in public comment, obviously, of a situation where someone could be reassigned to a different position. Is that the type of stuff that would be happening in a reassign expert faculty to classroom and student contact roles? Maybe we can explain a little bit more, like other examples of what that would look like, especially following the contract.
Sure. So each faculty member annually is presented with what's called a RIF list. And the RIF list presents all of the courses for which they are certified to teach. And that becomes the basis that we start from when their current position is eliminated or reduced. We've had situations where we had a partial layoff, and so a person who was teaching primarily in one discipline began to be assigned in another discipline to make up their full load. And so that's essentially what we're talking about. We're looking at where else are they certified to teach. If they have those certifications, and they then would be assigned courses in that other area.
Gotcha. I have some more questions, but I'll move on. Kevin?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think these are good questions. I think they're fair questions, and I would ask the board to be mindful that we are a governance and policy board. Again, fine to ask these questions to get more information. But I wouldn't want to see this board weigh in on operational decisions at whatever point that happens. And I get the desire to see a more fine-grained list, a precise list of reductions before taking any action. But I think you've done a good job of letting the board know that this is not the final decision. This is an approval. If we do approve this proposed motion, this is an approval of the plan. It's an approval of a planning target. It's not a list of program cuts. The other point I'll make briefly is that we heard pretty clearly from the budget committee last year about, hey, board, you got to give us a little bit more time. And so I want the board to be mindful of the potential of eating into that time for the budget committee to deliberate on the budget document. So those are my comments right now. Thanks.
Excellent. Steve?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the work as others have, and just give a little bit of sense of why I'll be supporting it. As a reminder to fellow board members and everybody here gathered, this is just following on a process that we essentially launched, right? So we're the ones who passed the budget, closing in on a year ago. We have been through several, reviews of that to make sure that we're confident in the numbers. There was a strategic planning session. You reminded us of that this evening that we did this past summer that you've clearly used to bucket the proposed the cuts. All right, we have a 3-year plan of which we said several $million needs to be cut out next year. So we would be remiss if at this point we said, well, we don't want to take the next step when we ourselves are the ones that have moved this thing to the point that it is at today. You're just simply following our instructions and responding to the values, et cetera, that we've set forth. So I'll be voting in support of it, and I would hope that the rest of the board would as well. These are not pleasant things to do. We've known that for a year or more. But it's being done as sort of strategically as we can, with as soft a touch as we can, with minimizing impact to student facing programs. We've been told that multiple times. It's what we've asked for. So we owe it to ourselves, to the institution, and to our staff to support this process.
Shane?
I apologize. If I could just add, you may be wondering, well, what is the urgency and could we take some more time with this? Part of the contractual timelines that we're dealing with require a notice and scheduling with the Faculty Association by March 15th. And so March 18th will be too late to meet those contractual deadlines. And so the urgency of getting a decision tonight makes the difference on the implementation of this plan.
Go ahead.
And kind of on something you had said, I just want to remind the board, and some of you weren't here for the budget committee last year. When we went to the budget committee, we were asked to cut $3.5 million. This is 4.4, so they're very relatively similar. But again, in that plan, we had anticipated 1.7 million of vacancy savings. That is still coming back to haunt us because we're not able to make it. And budgeting vacancy savings is not a good practice, and we're seeing why, because you don't have that guaranteed. So part of this is still kind of recovering from that, trying to correct that deficit spending budget, and we're still trying to be, as you said, strategic, where we had to be very responsive to that immediate 3.5 million. This is meant to be strategic. So I appreciate that and just wanted to remind people and those who weren't here for that.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow on one last thing that I think, we're all feeling maybe a little bit rushed. It's a lot of stuff happening in a short period of time. We've been given good reasons why, but I think I also owe it to ourselves, the board members, as a reminder that we are also responsible for some of that, right? Where this process could have been launched much earlier, but we had several new board members. They needed to get fully up to speed on the budget, asked for more time. That was provided. But so therefore, the mitigation plan wasn't passed until whatever it was, a month or two. And that too is due to, much of our concern, hesitation. Perhaps that was the best path, but nonetheless, that also contributed to the compressed timeline that we're feeling right now.
I have an additional question and also a statement. So what I heard said, and just to clarify, if we vote yes on this, a notice will go out per the contract. And it's not necessarily what's called a layoff notice. There's a different name for it. What is that name again? I apologize.
We call it a 10-2 notice. It's
10-2.
referring to the section of the contract, Article 10.2, that requires notification when there might be a decision that results in a retrenchment in a department.
Retrenchment. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Absolutely. No, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And once again, thank you for the presentation and the human-centric aspect of that presentation. Thank you. Yeah, I would do, actually, go ahead, Julie, you can say your question.
I'm happy to wait.
Oh, no, go ahead. It's all right.
Seriously. Go. I was just going to make a motion.
Oh, yeah, you can make that motion because discussion can still happen after a motion too. So
I would just like to make the motion as presented. I don't have it in front of me to read. So the motion that is on there.
yeah, it's on page 11. Yeah, it's on page 11. I can read it to you, Julie, really quick. I move that the board approve the FY27 mitigation plan summary and support the president's proceeding with necessary implemented actions, returning to update the board in April with additional information and plan progress.
So moved.
Okay.
And I'll second.
All right. For really quick, Julie, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I mean, just kind of reiterating what other people have said. I mean, this is not comfortable. Nobody wants to do this. It meets all the criteria that we want them to follow, and trying to be mindful of all the pieces and impacts on students, impacts on classrooms. So, and also we have a proposal coming up next about student tuition. So we want to, this is not a comfortable decision to make, but at the same time, the college has to prepare a budget, an actual budget, and get going and notify people and have conversations about what the details might look like in order for us to even have a budget meetings and be able to approve a budget. So we can't get from here to there without this plan. So it's a good plan. I'm impressed with the details, and I really feel that they honored the strategic planning process, the values and concerns that we had as a board, and that we've heard in the community too about the types of impacts and changes. I read through the surveys and read comments and stuff like that, and feel like we're getting there. So it's not easy. I wish we had plenty of money and we didn't have to do any of this, but that's what I have to say.
Excellent. And Jesse, Jerry hasn't had a chance to speak on the topic.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you can go, and then Jesse, and then Zach. Go ahead, Jerry.
The 18th, does this, if we pass this motion, does that do away with the issue for the 18th?
Not at all.
Okay. Jesse.
Well, I was going to ask to amend the motion to include March 18th in addition to April in the motion, if just to put it in the motion that this will be brought back to us on March 18th and April to discuss this further.
You have my commitment on that.
Does that suffice?
That's fine. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Zach, go ahead.
When we voted to approve the mitigation plan in January, I think there was an expectation, at least in my mind, that we were going to get a specific list of things to vote on, in terms of what the budget implications would be, potentially what specific program cuts would be. So, I don't really feel comfortable putting this is still so amorphous. It's got, numbers, but I don't actually know what the details are behind any of those numbers. I feel very uncomfortable voting for this in that context. I think we need a lot more information about what our expected costs are going to be over the coming years with regards to, I would like to know what our plan is for Fund 9. I would like to actually know what our expected expenses for deferred maintenance are going to be versus what they should be over the next few years. And so, we're seeing a wall of cuts. At the same time, we're hearing different things about, whether the state is going to maintain its funding. But we're also being told that now we don't need to increase tuition at, even a third of the rate that we were previously planning for. And so, I'm very uncomfortable with this process. I think that we have a lot of costs that are not being considered in terms of, what are the actual impacts of these cuts, as we also are going to, not raise tuition at the same rate as CPI. This puts us in a very difficult position. I think that it's very good that we'll be getting the more detailed plan back in April, and I look forward to, potentially voting for that then. But I don't think I can support. It's just so amorphous. I don't feel like I can support the current proposal. Thank you.
I could, we certainly understand your questions and concerns. Trustee Mulholland, what the motion does is it helps us move forward with the board's support, and but we understand your concerns.
Any further questions or comments? Jerry and then Steve.
Madam President, does that mean that no specific program cuts will be made until after we meet on the 18th?
I'm going to have Shane talk about that as well. This is now a human resources process, and there are requirements. There are requirements to get that process started. During that process, there is back and forth, give and take. The numbers don't change, but what comes out of the process may be a little bit different than in terms of the details. And so, again, the charge was very clear to us, Trustee Rust. The charge was very clear to us, and we are carrying out the charge.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm probably speaking mostly to some of the concerns Zach expressed, right? The plan is lacking detail, and I see that, I get that, but I guess it's also appropriate in my mind for the process that we've agreed to go through, right? We've agreed that we need to cut a certain amount. We see those numbers reflected. We've given our values in terms of what the priorities are, right? Because we know that the cuts are deep enough that they're going to affect every, kind of corner of the institution. So we've asked to go soft on student-facing programs, right? Which means, right, we need to go harder, unfortunately, in other parts of the institution. And we see that reflected in the three big buckets that they've presented to us. We would unleash chaos, right? And we've seen that happen in the past, by the way, in the recent past. We'd unleash chaos if they presented us with a list publicly of, okay, precisely this translates to cuts to, person or X, Y, and Z, or program X, Y, and Z. That gets operational, right? So what we see the administration doing here is to try to, share the responsibility for these cuts, share the decision-making, the influence over that. We've had our opportunity. And I guess I'm saying we need to back off and let them make the more precise cuts because they know the institution better than we ever will.
I'll state a comment here. So I'll be voting no on this, and let me explain why. We obviously heard from students who said, hey, do not put this on our backs. What's equally unjust is putting it on the backs of our workers, classified professionals, faculty, and even management positions that are being considered in this packet. I also feel that as transparent as we can be about cuts and what those cuts are, where those cuts are coming from, and so forth, is really critical and important to public dialogue. Public dialogue should not be chaos. It should be a conversation to us. It should be the community advocating to us, for us to listen, to hear them, and to understand. And that's, I think, a key aspect of all this too. Additionally, a lot has changed also since we've started this process as well. We were going into a special session where there was going to be cuts. There now isn't any. We were expecting to be closer to HEPI rate of tuition increases. As Zach mentioned, we are about a third. So there's a lot of things that have changed in this process as well, which warrants additional conversation, which warrants additional discussion, which warrants even more opportunities for us to dive into the numbers, dive into what exactly we are doing here, and for us to then proceed with all the information with us, including what does the public feel and what does the public say about this. So with that, I will respectfully vote no, but again, appreciate the work, the dedication, hearing from the students, of course, in regards to this. And having been a part of education budgetary matters since 2013, wow. Long time ago. Wow. Anyway, we have underinvested in education. And every time I've gone up to Salem and talked to our legislators about the budget that they're going to pass and so forth, I've always talked to them about how they are forcing us to make incredibly difficult decisions, including things like tuition increases and cuts on top of that. Students have consistently said in public comment that they want to get what they pay for. And it's very difficult for me to cut while also raising tuition. So that's where I stand on it. I additionally have some personal principles of mine of contracting out that I'm personally am against. I look for opportunity. I always look for opportunities of how we can be in-house with many different aspects of the work that we do here. And so that is just a personal principle of mine. Thank you. President Hampton.
I am sick. I'm fighting through the brain fog, so I apologize if this does not make complete sense. I personally am in support of any progress with moving forward with the budget, and personally do not see any problem with this, because having a fiscally sustainable college means that students have something to look forward to, even if it means unfortunate cuts to our college. It gives them a structure to say, oh, this is what's happening in college, instead of pushing these decisions further down the line until it's suddenly, oh, well, we have to make a cut. Where is it going to be? Oh, it's going to have to be this or that, and nobody really gets to hear about it in advance. And I'd also like to remind you all respectfully that this has been brought up many times during trainings, that it is not the board's job to get into operations, to get into the weeds, the fine details. This is very broad, and it is as it should be. It is our job to tell this college what to do and to trust them to do that job. And questioning this does not feel that.
Thank you, President Hampton. Yeah, thank you. Zach, then Jerry, and then Julie. Zach?
Hello.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He can be first.
Yeah, I apologize. Didn't quite see that. I apologize. Let's do Kevin, Jerry, Zach, and Julie. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. I'll wave more vigorously next time. I think, in fact, taking this step now to approve this motion allows the administration to begin the work of identifying options so that then they can bring it back to the board in a thoughtful and transparent manner. And, you know, we're simply, if we do approve this, we're establishing the reduction target so that the administration can continue working the details out.
All right. Jerry?
I think my issue is I want to promote community-wide dialogue about where we're going. And I do think the board has the right and should weigh in on academic programs. And I know, Steve, you disagree with that. I would like to have that conversation. This motion doesn't allow that. I'll be voting no.
We'll move on to Zach and then Julie. Zach, go ahead.
Thank you. I think one of the primary responsibilities for the board is to approve the annual budget, that we set our expectations for how money is going to be spent, and we trust the president to then implement that vision. We don't say, oh, and here's a 5% wiggle room, whatever you think is best, figure it out. We have a process where we get presented a budget. It works its way through the process with many steps and iterations. And then we vote on that final budget. And it's a decision that we are responsible for to the community. I don't know what the repercussions of this vote are. As far as I'm aware, we have a process that's playing out. And this is sort of saying, yeah, we still like the process with these additional buckets carved out, where behind the scenes, there's obviously an idea of where these cuts are going to come from. But we as a board, we're not getting any of that information. So we have a process that's playing out. It's fine for that process to continue to play out. But when we vote on something, we should be making an actual decision on something. And as far as I'm aware, there's no there in this motion. It's, continue what you're doing, but it's also asking for tacit approval of these cuts that are behind the scenes known, but that we have no idea what they are. And so I felt very uncomfortable saying, yeah, I give my tacit approval to whatever the behind the scenes cuts are, not knowing anything about them. So I'm going to hold off to vote to support until there's a specific plan that I can actually dig into and weigh the pros and the cons of. Thanks so much for the opportunity to comment.
Excellent. Julie? Oh, sorry, Julie, you're muted. Thank you. Sorry.
We always get to this conversation, this difference between what our role is as a governing body versus what the role of operations is. We get to this every time. The arguments that I just heard from many of you is almost verbatim what you said in July, what you said in September, what you said in October, what you said in November, what you said in January. Every time we have had any conversation about where we are in our finances, I need more specificity. I need the details. I think we need to see line item budgets. We need to know about curriculum. I mean, every single time. I don't know how we get past this impasse of understanding it is not our role to get into the weeds of a budget. I mean, oh my God, I am not lying. I mean, I have sat on numerous boards and we never see detailed budgets. We see high-level budgets, categorical budgets, where those are. We ask questions about it. They tell us about it. We don't see HR data. We don't see the specifics around it. I mean, that is how budgeting works. I mean, the document that the admin needs to produce to be able to give to us, to give to the budget committee, was an inch thick from last year. It takes months to prepare that damn thing. I mean, so we have to have a plan for the administration, our employee, to say, here, you need to go and develop something that is going to help us recoup or cover the shortfall of $4 million. You're the experts. God, there's decades of experts from classified staff and our financial team and managers and everyone. They know how to do this. And things keep changing. I mean, this is the most uncertain world we live in at the moment. I mean, damn, there's bombs going off in Iran and the Middle East. So I just don't understand. I am just confused that we keep having this conversation over and over. And I don't know what the gain is here by you wanting to kick this down the month. Go to next month, go to next month, go to next month. Where do you think we'll end up? The budget still has to go through budget law. We still have a procedure. We have to go to the budget committee. The board is on the budget committee. We still have to approve it. We are way down the road for a budget approval. This is a plan for the administration to prepare that budget. Please vote to pass this.
Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think last thing I'll say in terms of trying to persuade folks to support the process is that, it's really consider the alternative, right? If we, are sort of years into, deficit spending, it took some time for that to be revealed because we only recently got Kara and a fully staffed, financial team on board to really pull pull back all the veils and reveal to us how bad off we have been for many years, right? And as Kara told us many times over, if not for COVID, we would have been unable to meet payroll perhaps a couple of years ago. So, so this thing's gotten pushed down the road. We're kind of at the end of the road, honestly. I don't know. Here we are. We've just passed this 3-year plan only a couple of months ago at the most. And, already we're hesitating in taking the next step. The alternative, if we don't, we've been told essentially, right? So just as a reminder, if we don't, authorize our administration to take this next step humanely, delicately, precisely, all that kind of thing, we will miss deadlines even next month. And they will suddenly be in a position to tell us, we can't actually make the cuts that we think would be the smartest for the institution, that would follow the advice, the values that you set this past summer, because we've missed certain deadlines. And now, if we're going to stick to the path, we've got to take cuts that are more blunt, that are not really in line with the values anymore, and we'll find ourselves further and further afield from the corrective course we're trying to get on. This is not pleasant. None of us want to do this. It doesn't get better if we don't do this. It gets worse, right? It gets worse. The responsible thing to do, not the pleasant thing, the responsible thing to do. Honestly, even the humane thing to do is to move forward with this evening. To do anything else, it feels to me like an abdication of a tough responsibility that we've taken on voluntarily.
Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate everyone's comments. Taking them all in. It's been, thank you. It kind of reminded where we were last year when I was on the budget committee for the city of Eugene, and how tough those decisions were, and multiple jobs and services that were on the chopping block, and they were chopped. It's really, there's no other way to put it. It sucked. It was awful to do that and have to go home afterwards. I have heartburn on this for sure. There's a lot of money here and a lot of potential jobs and people that we got to live in this community with. To your point, Steve, it's not fun. This sucks. But I do think we're at a point where we got to live within our means. We've been presented what we've got. We've got revenues. We've got expenditures we got to make. And, I have a commitment from the president and staff that we'll talk about this more. And if we don't, to your point, Steve, and to several others, if we don't do this right now, at least give the staff time to put more things together, we're going to end up in a spot where we don't want to be, I don't think. So I have heartburn. I want to see more. I want to, again, we can have the conversation about governance and all of that down the road, but I do think we are in a spot where transparency is key here, and we need to continue to be transparent. We need to continue to show these what these jobs are going to be, what these cuts are going to be in general. But I'm going to vote yes because I want to continue this down the road, but it doesn't mean that I don't have heartburn over this, significant heartburn.
I just want to appreciate the dialogue, the conversation, the discussion. As chair, I just want to encourage asking questions. I want to encourage conversation. I want to encourage just continued critical thinking, gaining understanding especially about the impacts to stakeholders, to students, and also to think about, like I said at the very beginning of this meeting, equity lens, where we talk about that what are the barriers to more equitable outcomes around this policy, program, practices, or decisions that we make today. I want us to absolutely think about who's not in this room and what barriers that our decisions can make to those individuals and to those communities. So again, just want to encourage conversation, asking questions, and having the dialogue that we're having today. I greatly appreciate this.
I'd like to call the question.
Excellent. Question's been called. All right, we'll move to a vote.
Yeah.
We'll move to a, all right, yeah.
Can we just move straight to the motion?
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the-
Yeah, exactly. We'll move into a vote to the motion. Does anyone need a repeat of the motion to just clarify? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Austin, can we do a roll call vote, please?
You want a roll call vote?
Yes.
All right. Roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fullnagy,
No.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
No.
Jerry Rust,
No.
and Julie Weisman.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. We'll now move on to action item 6B. I'm sorry, 6C, which is tuition and mandatory. President Hampton.
Yes, could I call for a bio break?
Oh, yes, that's perfectly fine. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute bio break. We will be back by 8:25. Able to let right now. Yep, you got it. Great. All right, good there, good there. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. We'll now bring the board back to order here. We are now moving on to action items 6C, which is the tuition and mandatory fees. President Bolger.
Yes, this is an important presentation and discussion, and I'd like to have Kara and Jonathan come to the table. We do have a few slides on this. We want to give you a sense of how we got to this point, and the student voice. We want to make sure that we share with you how the student voice was included in this.
Excellent.
Kara?
Yes, thank you. So we'll just go into the next slide. We've already had some precursor discussion about tuition rate. What we wanted to include in this is just a process of which the tuition proposal has come through. It's a little unique this year, but it does start with the Budget Development Subcommittee making a recommendation, which they have, and you do have materials, I think, with that, but they had moved forward a 1.2% proposal. College Council did a review, and there's been conversation where they did not make a recommendation, and it moved forward with the president as is with a minority majority report. So now President Bolger is bringing forward this recommendation to you to take action on. The next slide. This is where we had student engagement. We've had a lot of discussion of how do we get student engagement. Of course, we'd always like to have more student engagement, but the areas we did go for in-person sessions, there was 3 of them in total, but the first one was February 4th. We did meet with the Council of Clubs, so it was the leader of each club area. I want to say there was maybe 8 clubs present. I would have to look at my notes, but there was about that. We did go then meet with the incoming and outgoing Student Government Association members and have conversation. When we started this process, we did open a thought exchange survey, which there is some information included in the next slides. At the same time, I think SGA, which Amelia probably has more details about, was doing their own survey that had started a little bit before then. So they might have a little more context on where their survey was at. So we did this thought exchange, had those conversations. We did have a spilling the tea, which was open forum with all students. There were some students that are present here for public comment that were very engaged, had conversations with us. There is a lot of feelings around the tuition rate increase, that everyone is feeling the cost in the pinch, and the cost of Lane's tuition being the second highest was a lot of conversation we had. There was also conversation about some level of disappointment that the college does need to start right-sizing their budgets. They feel like they have to do their home budgets, so the college needs to do the same, to be frank. There's a lot of thoughts around, can people afford to continue to come to college? And coupled with that are changes that are coming in financial aid in that area July 1st. There's some changes in that. I can't speak to those details, but there is impacts coming for students. So a lot of that conversation is what brought us forward to this 1.2%. We did have discussion in College Council, which we weren't, I wasn't present for that, but Jonathan was. So we do have that feedback and recommendation. On the next slide is the engagement we did receive. Again, we only had 59 participants in this. We know we have 8,000 students, so we'd like to see more. It was advertised, sent out by Student Life and Leadership in email. It was put out on the message boards. So there were multiple areas. And again, just didn't have a lot of engagement. But what we did have, again, was strongly supporting a 0%. 1 to 2% had 34%, and 2 to 3% was 15%, and 3 to 4 was very low at 6%. Anecdotally, a lot of the feedback was 1% or less, was certainly discussion that we had. On the next page, I'm giving you just a snippet of what students had thought and specific comments they put in there. These are the top thoughts. So their comments being keeping the college affordable for students. We need to think about our students when we make these decisions. They're the lifeblood of the college. Without them, the college is nothing. If the students in the community can't afford the school, then LCC isn't a community college. And then specifically about raising tuition, so many students, myself included, can barely afford community college as it is. Raising tuition would halter education and chances of doing well. Everyone deserves an education. Money shouldn't have to prevent people from getting that. So many students already struggle financially. And then another comment was not raising tuition more than $2 to $3, that some students are already barely making ends meet. Raising tuition would create immense barriers for students at Lane, preventing them from succeeding, getting higher education, and attending college. Community college is often seen as a cheaper alternative to the university. What makes it different if you raise prices? Why would students stay? So those were the top thoughts in those areas. The next phase, what we are not doing is requesting to increase any of the mandatory fees. These are listed below just for your reference. The same ones for those who were here last year that we have in place already, not looking at making any changes. Okay. And then back to the end, the final wrap up, we're looking at a 1.2% increase. That does change our per credit tuition rate from $149 to $151. It's a $2 per credit. For full-time students, 15, it's of course $30 a term. And the additional revenue is about $401,000 based on our enrollment projections. So that's the impact.
All right.
Again, and we've had a lot of discussion in the forecast. We did have a 3.3% in the forecast. So that was about 600,000 more than what's in here. So we have to go back and look at where our revenue projections are and what would happen. Not to speak for President Bolger, but based on all the feedback, that's where we were more comfortable with 1.2%. It'd be really challenging to have 0%, one, economically, but two, it also does indicate, colleges do need some sustainability on that, having a tuition rate increase. And we don't want the state to think that we're doing just fine and we don't have to increase tuition at all. So it does create a not sustainability in what we've seen in history based on people who've been in higher education longer than I have, is that if we stall any increase, then we end up having to make it up in later years by having larger increases. So that is where we're proposing. And I included in the next slide just the thought of the different discussions that were in the budget development subcommittee, well, from a 1% to a 4%, what the expected revenues could be for your reference, if it's something you're interested in looking at.
Absolutely.
So again, last page, we're just requesting approval of a 1.2% increase, which is $2 per credit.
All right. Zach, go ahead.
So just to make sure I'm following, the previous forecast used a $5 increase as opposed to $2 increase, and that would have been $1 million as opposed to $400,000 in additional funds.
That is correct.
Okay. We had a question from a student around the student health fee and if it was possible for online students to buy into the student health fee. If that's something that can be looked into, I would appreciate that. I never thought I would be saying this, but I'm actually concerned about the low increase. We are looking at a mitigation amount of potentially $4.4 million. We have It sounds like we have been seriously underfunding deferred maintenance for years to the tune of millions of dollars per year, putting that cost on the back of future students. I am very trepidate. I have a lot of trepidation about setting this as the benchmark of what we can expect in the rest of the budgeting process without having a good sense of what the trade-offs are between this and potential cuts. I'm very happy that we're coming in below HEPI, but I am concerned that by setting this as a benchmark, we're setting ourselves up for even more painful decisions later. And I think we should at least discuss the possibility of starting with a higher benchmark now that we can always reduce later once we know what our other expected expenses are going to be and can balance those accordingly. But right now, not knowing what those expected cuts are, what those expenses are, what the trade-offs are, I'm very concerned that this might be heading in the wrong direction. Thanks.
Is it okay if I let President Hampton speak first? Thank you. Yep, appreciate that. Go ahead, President Hampton.
I would just like to mention before I read my public comment, as far as tuition, that in the past, tuition has been raised with the promise of it moving forward, and this has never been the case. I would just like to remind you all of that. Now I will read my tuition report if that is okay. That's what it's written.
Absolutely. President Hampton, I don't know if you can adjust your mic. It's a little quiet.
Okay, that's okay. I'll speak up.
Okay, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know. So, good evening. I'd like to start by acknowledging something positive. Like Karen mentioned, student voices have been heard in this process. It was student input. The budget development subcommittee is in favor of a 1.2% tuition increase. This is a result of students, not just SGA, but students at large, showing up, advocating, and being part of the conversation. And I'm hugely grateful for everyone who made that happen. But being part of the conversation means being honest about the numbers. The numbers tell a worrying story. Inflation is currently up 2.44% this year, which is less than last year. But any tuition increase is actively making college more expensive for students who are already struggling. Furthermore, when tuition increases, FAFSA does not. And this is especially concerning considering what Karen just mentioned. And this forces students to take time away from work, from studying, from their families, to apply for additional loans, scholarships, and grants just to stay enrolled. That is a burden we should not be choosing to place. Last year, I presented a speech written by SGA's previous vice president, Amanda Fallon, and her words are just as urgent today. How can we expect a student to succeed academically if they haven't eaten in days? How do we expect them to stay focused when they don't have a safe place to sleep or the ability to shower and wash their clothes? According to the Lane 2025 Pitt Count Illustrated Summary, homelessness has risen by 14%. Not 14% of the population, but a 14% increase from last year's already alarming numbers. And this is relevant today. A tuition increase will not support students struggling to stay in school. When those with privilege hold the majority of the seats at this table, too many voices are lost in the decisions we make. Being in my third year here at Lane, I have seen so many students, both at their best and their worst. What unifies them is their decision to their dedication to their education and their fight for better life. If anything, those who are in less fortunate positions take the biggest strides because they know how much this opportunity means. We are the college for these students. Cutting the less fortunate out is not an option. You say you stand with students. Please hear me, my peers, and listen. We are already the second most expensive community college in the state, and will be even with just a 1.2% increase. We cannot afford to continue to pay increasingly higher rates. Please stand with us and do not consider a motion that is higher than 1.2.
Thank you. We have Steve, Jesse, and then Zach. Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to just acknowledge and thank staff for the more inclusive process with students this year. As you know, that's something I've been advocating for a few years. So I'm really appreciative to see that, and we see the impacts. Right, this is the first time in the 5 years that I've been in this board in this situation where it's also, for one, it's the earliest I believe where we've had this discussion, and it's the first time we've had significant students show up, significant number of students show up to give testimony, but to participate, and we're hearing what we might have expected to hear, that, hey, these tuition increases are a lot. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the leadership of President Hampton and Sophie before her on this topic. So anyways, having said that, I'm going to support this, but I do have some concerns that expressed by others. I think my chief concern, honestly, is what this might look like to external, observers. We have done generally like 3, 4, I think even 5% increases, every year for as long as I've been here, and I think a lot longer, right? So if anybody looks back at our trend, it's just way up here, and then boom, all of a sudden it drops down. And I'm just wondering, how do we communicate to state legislators, donors, whoever it might be, that this is not the result of a strong financial position that the institution is in. It's for other reasons entirely. And I just feel like I would just like to hear a little bit about how we plan to address that, because otherwise you would draw a conclusion we would not want them to draw.
Mhm. I think for sure we may want to do a press release on this, on the tuition, so that we can frame what the board approves this evening. We can frame that for our community, our politicians, and perhaps that would be a direction we could head.
Yep. So I think that's a valuable thing. Should we approve this as a board, is to make sure that we're communicating the reasons why. And I'll just state for myself, in addition to what we've heard from the students say, that, hey, we've been putting too much a burden on them, the result of which is the second highest tuition, is what we're being told in the state. And I know there's different ways to slice and dice that. Depends on whether you do the total cost of attendance or you add in the student fees. I get that can vary a little bit, but nonetheless, for me, we are uncomfortably high relative to our peers across the state. And I would like to discipline us. I'd like us to all have that discipline to gradually reduce that. So this year, we're hearing a proposal for 1.2%. I don't know precisely what it would be next year, but it would take multiple years to bring us down to the middle of the pack from where we are now, which is a place I'd like to see us get to. So I'll be supporting it, and I'm looking for, and if we see it pass as a whole, then I really do, again, think it's important to communicate the reasons why.
All right. So I have Jesse, Zach, Kevin, and then Julie. Jesse, go ahead.
I have a couple of things. I'll start with this one, and then if I need to come back around, I'm happy to. How did we land on 1.2%?
That was based on discussions with the students and the budget development subcommittee. That's what was proposed.
So did we start at 3.3, and then did we throw out 2? And it just got to a sticking point where it didn't make it. Nobody was supportive until we got to 1.2. That's kind of where we ended up at.
Kind of. I'm trying to remember all the motions. There was a motion at 0%, and that was not approved. And then there was a lot of discussion and a lot of interaction from students. I would say they were very engaged and very heartfelt about what they said. So it did end up, and at 1.2 is also based on the numbers. So it also got us to $2. So $2 per credit is one of the conversations.
There was a document about the tuition recommendation. Right. Yeah, it was. Did you have another question though, or
more of a? I don't know if it's a comment. It's maybe working with the President Hampton. But 59 out of give or take 8,000 students participating in the survey is like wholly insufficient. We need to have more engagement with students. Like that is, it's not a shortcoming of the students. Like we need to be better at interacting with them, right? Like that's 73/10,000%. That is not good. If the number was 8,000 even. So I just think that it would be really nice to have more input, because this is not a statistically significant number of students that participated in this survey. So that's not like saying anyone didn't do their job. I'm just saying I would love to see more interaction, and however I would turn to President Hampton and say, you know, what can the board do to support that and have more students interact, because I think we need to see that. And
Yeah, I think, thank you so much for that. I think you give it to me.
yes.
And I will be working with certainly Amelia as she transitions to Michael, who you see in the audience. And we'll be working on that, Michael.
President Hampton, though, I wanted to give you a chance if you wanted to respond directly to that, or if you had a separate question. President Hampton, go ahead.
Definitely. We agree that is a very low number. At the beginning of this term, we, with the help of is it the statistical department? I don't remember the exact name right now. We pushed out a survey, and so far we got roughly 300 responses to the tuition question. That was pushed out again in a shorter format to hopefully reach 800 to 900 responses, which is an appropriate number to represent the whole student body. If Keith is in the room, I would like to call him to kind of give us more of that data. However, I myself am not sure where that data is at, but it is out there.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Zach, Kevin, Julie, and then Jerry. Go ahead, Zach.
Thank you. Kara, I think you mentioned a minority report coming from the committee, a majority and a minority report. It'd be great if you could share those with the board. And can you just speak to those, you know, a high-level overview of the recommendations or findings of those, the majority and the minority report?
Trustee Mulholland, I'm not sure I have that in front of me, but I will certainly take a look. If you take a look in your packet, in your board packet, under this agenda item that we're on right now, you will see a memo from the co-chairs of the College Council related to giving a summary, essentially, of the majority and minority positions.
That was good reading, by the way.
Thank you.
I'll pull that
I will
up.
let them know.
Apologies, I missed that. And then I think I heard in some of the reports tonight that there was some abstentions during this process. Can you speak to those abstentions? And is that normal for the tuition recommendation for there to be groups that have members of the College Council and Budget Development Subcommittee that abstain?
I would say that the process that's followed in the voting can include abstentions.
Was your question, is that unusual or is that regular to have abstentions? Just to clarify the question.
If you could speak to the reasons for the abstentions, and then is that something that you've seen in past years?
I'm not certain of the reason for those abstentions. We might want. I will take that, Trustee Mulholland, and find out why the abstentions occurred. But that was part of the College Council conversation with respect to the tuition rate, and so that's all part of our regular operations.
Okay, so I'm seeing this here now, and I think it's actually would be good to read into the record that the minority report, the reasons for their no votes was belief that there's a lack of substantive information and impact analysis, concern over economic hardship and student welfare, belief that the enrollment growth and revenue projections used in the calculations are inflated, desire for alternative institutional strategies such as legislative advocacy and internal innovation, lack of information included twice in the minority report, and concern over a lack of accessibility of tuition recommendation materials and the College Council meeting in general. Anyways, thank you for providing that. I'm sorry I didn't see it ahead of time.
Steve, I know you had a hand up, but I wanted to go in order. All right, Kevin, go ahead.
I want to echo appreciation for the high level of student input and the process that was undertaken and completed to get to this report. I appreciate that. I think it's a good example of when you have engaged leadership, you know, you can motivate your fellow students, and I appreciate that very, very much. Yes, I think I heard you say, President Hampton, that even with a 1.2% increase, the LCC is still going to be the second highest rate of tuition in the state. Is that what you said?
I said that we would be the highest unless numbers at other colleges have changed. Last I heard, we were only a couple of cents behind being the highest rate in the state. So even at a 1.2, we would be the highest unless tuition rates at other colleges have changed.
Thank you. I'm seeing some head nods in the audience as well, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. We got Julie, Jerry, and then I put you in there, Steve, as well. Go ahead, Julie.
Lowering my hand, unmuting myself. Sorry about that.
All right.
So I'm in favor of this. I mean, I'm extremely impressed with the process. I read all the reports. I'm really impressed. Thank you, co-chairs of the College Council. That was a just detailed, brilliant report. It was so helpful to me as a board member to see how that process all evolved. I read about the budget subcommittee and how they got there, talked with a couple of students and how they got there. They were very excited about how that decision process was made. So I'm really impressed with how the college got to the decision making of this 1.2% proposal. I'm all in favor of tuition to be low, especially when, as President Hampton mentioned, being one of the most expensive colleges in the state, it's like I think we have a little room to have a conversation. I think as far as framing how and why we would do this, even under the conditions that we're currently in, is that, the students don't get a cost of living adjustment. So they still live in a world that is raising. The costs are increasing in our world. I mean, we saw the gas prices, they've gone up just almost exponentially. It's just frightening to see how fast they're going up. The tariffs are causing food prices to go up. Housing is just ridiculous. And so we have more and more students who are suffering with food scarcity, housing instability, and I don't even know how they afford transportation anymore. So they don't get a cost of living adjustment. Like we try to make sure our staff is taken care of and well. So if we increase the tuition to somehow cover our costs of increasing costs, then we double up on students. And it is going to be, and I wish someone could do the math of how many students we lose. But I remember what even the most minor tuition increases cause students just simply not to be there anymore. I mean, when you look at the cost of $151 for 15 credits on top of the fees that are mandatory, on top of the activity fees, on top of the tech fee, that $14 per credit tech fee, which is $168, by the way, for a 12 credit class, you're talking about $2,574, a term. And it's like, that's $172 a credit. And it's like, we just have to make sure that we aren't going, well, it's just a couple bucks. It's like, well, I remember being a starving student. I remember sleeping in my car when I was 20. It's like, trying to get there and going into stupid debt. So I'm really, really pleased that we are getting to a point where the recommendation is to something that's reasonable. If we could do 0%, I'd be on it. So if we want to communicate and frame this, I think the framing is cost of living's going up. This is a double burden to students if we increase it higher than this 1.2. And because they don't have it to give. So this is to address that huge cost of living variance that, we got to cover it. So, we know, I'm one of them, that during the recession, the Great Recession, a whole bunch of unemployed people went to LCC, the enrollment increased hugely to start educating folks who wanted to improve their skill sets and all of that while they were unemployed. So keeping our costs low will make it affordable for people who have lost their jobs now in our community, who are now suffering. I mean, businesses are closing right and left right now. And this is not the time for us to be covering institutional expenses on students' back. It should be, let's get our enrollments up. Let's get more students involved in LCC. Let's improve our community in that way. So if we want to reframe, that's where I reframe. And you have my support for this increase.
All right, Jerry, then Steve.
I'll be real short, and thank you to everyone who helped make this low rate possible. and I will vote yes. One thing I would like to mention, because we've talked about how we compare to other colleges in the state, apparently Lane County is more affordable in some areas like housing, transportation, and probably some other areas. And if you take the total package of costs to live here and go to college, we are actually in an affordable space and much more competitive than this tuition would reflect. So I think we ought to be talking positive about what we do and how affordable the county actually is. Thank you.
We'll do Steve, and then I'll put myself in the queue, and then Zach. Go ahead, Steve.
But actually, withdraw. I think I've said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll be supporting this this move and this vote and so forth. A few things I do want to kind of push back on a few different things. For one, if you include fees, we're not necessarily in the second place with that. I also want to really recognize the economy of scale. And what that is a complicated term that essentially means that the other community colleges that are throughout the state, all 17 of them, wish they had the economy that we had, wish they had the job market that we have, wish they had the programs that we had. And they would probably be willing to raise their tuition to even get those type of programs, economies, and so forth. I was at the Klamath Community College Board prior to this. And we 3 out of the 4 years I was there, we didn't raise tuition at all. But the burden that we put onto our staff, our classified professionals, our faculty, we had people doing 3 jobs at once. We spread our people way too thin by doing it that way. Yeah. So there is a cost with all decisions in life, right? There is what we value, why we value it, and what do we lose because we value it. So it is really important that we understand that, we know that, both as a student population, as a community, as stakeholders, and so forth. What I would also like to lift up voices in is the students who have taken the time to come here for public comment. A lot of them have advocated to retain programs and keep programs and to make sure that those programs exist for future students, that the infrastructure for wraparound services are available for individuals that are first-time students, students of immigrant families, a variety of different populations and backgrounds, again, trying to apply that equity lens there. So those are things that we should always be considering with all of this. I support the fact that this has gone through the shared governance process. I support the fact that students have weighed in on this. But I also want to not forget about the voices and lift up those voices from what I've heard at public comment, which is that they want to retain, preserve, and keep programs that are so valuable to them and to the community as a whole. So I will vote yes on this. And at the same time, though, there is concerns that I think have already been discussed and brought forward. And I look forward for opportunities for us all to advocate to our state elected representatives to increase the Community College Support Fund, to increase grants, scholarship opportunity for donors to donate to our foundation, to increase scholarship opportunities for our students, and for now let me just speak directly to the student that is going without food, that is going without shelter, and so forth. We have benefit navigators that are available for you here at this college. Utilize those resources. There are resources within this community to make sure that you get what you need. For those who are losing their jobs, there's the TUI program, the STEP program that can help pay for your college, your tuition, allow you to receive unemployment insurance while you're unemployed so that you can come to our community college, so you can upgrade your skills, so we can participate in this workforce and economy. So just as a way of public announcement of those resources that are available to our community and to our community members. No, that was long, but I wanted to make sure all that information got out there. Zach.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work that has been done on this, President Bulger, you and all of your staff, and thank you for the work you've done reaching out to students and working with the stakeholder groups and College Council. I'm going to support this as a tentative number, and when the rubber meets the road as the budget process continues to develop, I think we're going to have to vary at the end of the day. The state revenue is the state revenue. The property tax collection is the property tax collection. And when we're trading off, at the end of the day, the cutoffs, cutting off particular services and programs or raising tuition are basically our only two options. So this is a feel-good decision today that says, yeah, we're going to put this number out there into the community. And it's a promise I really hope we can keep. I think it'll be hard when we actually get to the decision-making process to balance this against the other needs of our community and the needs of students in those programs and services. And so thank you for all the work, and I will be supporting it today. And I hope it's a promise we can keep when we get to our final budget. Thank you.
Excellent. We'll do Jerry and then Julie. Jerry, go ahead.
I move approval of the recommendation, 1.2.
I'll second that.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Jerry, would you like to speak to your motion?
I've already done so.
Excellent. Julie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just real quick.
Yes.
One, I don't think we'll have an opportunity to like revisit this tuition increase before the budgeting process. I mean, this is part of the review. We went through the whole campus community. It's a recommendation. So I surely would hope that we don't bring this back. Tell everybody in the community that we've approved 1.2% and then renege on that decision and say, well, you know what? We decided in the budget committee that we really should raise our tuition. You know, we don't really thank you everybody for your input, but you know, we're just going to do this because we want to make sure we balance the budget and all of that. So I would hope that this is why we're doing this before the budget process, right? We're doing this so we have this kind of substantive debate about, and we go through a big, huge process. It's wonderful process, you know, and that we make all these decisions now and that we're not putting it on the back burner of something that might change later. So I would hope that no one brings this back up, that if this is a decision now, if you want to raise this is a conversation that's happening in an emergency situation later. And the other thing is we're an educational institution. We're here to serve students in our community. You know, this is not something where we're trying to balance a corporate budget to make sure that it balances and that we got profit margins. This is an educational institution and every dollar goes back into what we're doing. So, God, I hope we don't make that kind of decision. That's just what I'm going to say.
All right. We got President Hampton and then Zach to speak to the motion. I'll put Steve in there too. Go ahead, President Hampton.
Thank you for all the support that has been shown for this motion. That is incredibly greatly appreciated. I just kind of like to add to the discussion on bringing this back up later and the quote unquote tentative approval of 1.2. We were told that the reason why this is being passed now, and Julie touched on this, was to not balance the budget on students. To insinuate that this could be brought up later as an emergency tuition raise. I understand that a tuition raise means the difference between programs, buildings, funding elsewhere. But if it's the difference between that and having people in the door and having people able to get their education, that I think personally is a cut that I would be willing to see. But to say that we could potentially raise this in the future, how would that affect students in the future, even with this raise and having another raise? And how would that be communicated? Would it be, oh, I planned that I'll be able to pay for my education this term and all of a sudden it's getting raised. Well, I have to cut my classes and figure out if I'm still going to be able to go to college. It doesn't seem very fair to our constituents, very fair to the students.
All right. We got Zach and then Steve. Go ahead.
Can someone speak to the process and how this fits into the larger budget conversation that's going to take place over the next 3 months? My understanding is that this is done early to have a sort of a placeholder in the budget, but that it isn't an official number until we approve the final budget. Can someone just clarify for me what the actual process is here in terms of this number becoming a final number prior to or as part of the final budgeting process?
Yes, it's probably since worth our being clearer about that. We'd like to be very clear about it. We do not intend to come back with another discussion about the tuition rate. That's why this item is on the agenda for the board to approve the tuition rate. There are impacts. One of them is that we've got to build registration systems for upcoming terms. That's one aspect of the process. And secondly, we've got to build a budget for fiscal year 27. And we are on a timeline, pretty narrow one at this point. So we do not intend to come back to the board.
Steve. Sorry, did you have a follow-up question, Zach?
I don't know if I actually got an answer. I understand you don't plan to come back, but when does this actually become an official number?
When the board approves it this evening.
Okay. I appreciate others' comments. Every dollar that we bring in the door goes to programs and services for students. At the end of the day, it's a trade-off of the costs and the benefits of particular things. I don't think we actually know what the costs and the benefit trade-offs are at this moment in time. I'm happy to approve it as a number. If things go sideways and all of a sudden we're saying, oh my God, there are absolutely critical services that students must have that we are going to have to cut if we move forward with things as they currently stand, then I think it would be reasonable to revisit it at that time. I really hope that we do not have to do that. But I also know that we have no idea about what the specifics of the large amount of budget cuts that are coming at us are. And until we actually know what those trade-offs are, I think that if we have to come back to it, we have to come back to it. I strongly, strongly hope that we do not. I agree with others on that point. Thank you.
Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, I think Zach's making good points, but I'll just bring us back to the discussion we just had on moving forward with budget cuts. So we were presented with, I think, 4.4 million, which is sort of the number today. But Kara told us even now, right, there's going to be some shifting, partly because of this vote that we're about to take, but also because there's been, $1 million, $1 million restored or to the CCSF. What I heard Kara say earlier, and I'll ask her to confirm, is that once we kind of balance those two things, right? One has a positive impact of, we were told, $1 million. The other has a negative impact. The tuition impact is at $600,000. Then on net, they are prepared to keep the budget cuts for this next cycle under 4.4, right? And while we didn't get specificity on precisely what they would be, they gave us the big buckets that they would occur in, and I don't expect that they would have brought those forward to us had they thought that this was a showstopper for the institution.
Go ahead.
That is correct.
Okay. Seeing no more hands up, we will go ahead and move to a vote. All those in favor of the tuition increase of 1.2% signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate that. And really appreciate the dialogue. All right, next we are moving on to 6D, the LCCEF tentative agreement and ratification. President Bolger?
Yes, well, you have this item in the board packet, and Shane Turner can come to the table in case you have questions.
Good evening. On behalf of my bargaining team, Kara Flath and Anita Grogan, I'm before you this evening to urge your vote to ratify the LCCEF reopener. We reached a tentative agreement on economic items, as well as mutually agreeable language on financial exigency and part-time classified employee scheduling. And I understand that the vote was overwhelmingly in approval of it on the classified side, and so we urge your vote to ratify.
Excellent. Kevin.
I just want to thank President Bolger, Shane and the rest of the bargaining team, and also the classified bargaining team for the time and effort and energy that goes into these processes. It's not easy. It's difficult. It's sometimes very confrontational, and I'm very pleased about the outcome. So, congrats to everybody.
Absolutely. Zach?
Similar statements for myself. Thank you, President Bulger. Thank you, Shane. Thank you to LCC EF. Getting that right. And just thank you all for getting to a deal here. I think it's in the best interest of the college, and very happy to see this move forward. Thank you.
Julie, go ahead.
Just echoing what Zach and Kevin said, but I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract and the ratification.
You got a motion?
I will second.
Got a second? I saw multiple people wanting to do the second. Looks like Steve. I got it. Julie, you made the motion. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I'm just, I'm really pleased with the process. It's the board, we don't get to be involved in the minutia and the details of all of it. We just get reported out. And I'm like Kevin said, it's difficult, and I really appreciate President Bulger, the team, Shane and Zach, all of you guys were just your whole entire bargaining team, but especially LCEF sticking with it, sticking with the team, keeping it, making it go, insisting on that bargain. And I'm glad that we could get there. I mean, really, I'm glad that we could get there.
All right, Jesse.
Just quickly want to echo the thanks to the bargaining team and to everyone at LCCEF for working to make this happen. I'm really excited to approve and ratify this.
Jerry?
Thank you to all parties. And I did have one concern. I understand that the signs are going to come down, the fair bargaining signs. I just want to warn you that the turkeys are out there and they're very territorial, so be careful.
It's a very important concern. I am significantly taller than them, and they have no fear. I also want to echo all of that to both teams. I know those late nights in bargaining. I know those the hard work and everything. I want to absolutely thank both bargaining teams. Shane, for your work, President Bulger, thank you for your leadership in this. And I just want to immensely appreciate all classified professionals. The work you do every day. Students are our purpose, but you make the purpose happen. You make it happen every day. I have heard from so many students, parents, community members who have had a classified professional show them where to go, make them feel welcome in this community. I have seen personally the care, dedication that our classified professionals bring to our community, to the campus, and to each and every one of our students. I'm inspired by the work you all do every day. Thank you. And no other hands. Let's move to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstention? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. We'll now move on to discussion items. And Shane, this is where you're gonna have to use the clock now. Next is in 7A, curriculum process at Lane. President Bulger.
Yes, we are pleased to invite Dr. Tinkham and the faculty to come up and present about the curriculum process at Lane. We thought this may be instructive for the board, information that you may be enriched by. And so, Shelley?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for this invitation to present one of, well, everyone's my favorite, but I absolutely, I really enjoy working with curriculum, and we have an incredibly high functioning curriculum team, and they're sitting behind me right now. And they are Tammy Salmon. She's a faculty member. She's our curriculum coordinator. Deidre Lyons. She's our curriculum specialist. Samantha Jabot. She's a faculty member. She's our curriculum committee chair. And then I think online tonight, we have Leanne Guthrie, who is our project coordinator. So thank you, Leanne, also for joining us tonight. So we're going to guide you through a very brief presentation of what we do. There's a lot of behind the scenes work that makes this work beautifully. There are curricular changes constantly at this campus. And so we're going to just take you through our processes today. I'm going to ask that you hold your questions until the end. And all of us are going to rotate and everyone's going to participate tonight to let you know what we do. So I'm going to start this with turning this over to Tammy and Deidre, who are going to give you an overview.
Hello, I'm Tammy Salmon, the curriculum coordinator here. And, oh, thank you. That was perfect. I was going to say the curriculum team slide. Deidre and Leanne and I, along with Sam and Shelley, make up kind of our curriculum team. And we do a lot of things behind the scenes that you don't see or really know about, but most visibly, if we had a bad catalog or if our courses were entered incorrectly, everybody would know that we were slipping on our job. So as a team, we lead our academic departments and our annual curriculum review processes. We make sure that we have all the structures and systems in place to track our curriculum through workflows. I support a lot of the academic departments in kind of thinking about what curriculum they're bringing through, courses, programs, both credit and non-credit. We also have to report all of our curriculum changes, new suspensions, all that stuff has to be reported to the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. There's a system that we submit that in and they have to make all those approvals. We also coordinate production of the college catalog and we work across, enrollment services across the college. And just so you know, we have 3 disparate systems in which all of our curriculum data has to be mirrored, and Deidre is our mastermind data person who makes sure that all of that goes smoothly. So we have a lot of lists and spreadsheets that we use. And I guess kind of, bigger picture, there's a lot that goes into the curriculum here, but all the magic of the curriculum happens in the classroom. So without, our faculty and students, we wouldn't have all the exciting things that happen. And we may have one of the most exciting teams because we get to see all the very cool ideas that come through, like drone programs and stuff. We get to be there at the very beginning of all that. So that's, do you have anything else? Okay. We'll turn that over to.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Sam Jabot. This is my, 28th year teaching and my 16th year here at Lane. And I too am a fellow dance person of 40 years and a dance mom, which is far more important. So our committee is made up of 23 members, 18 are faculty. It is really important that we get the views of faculty from different areas of the college, get their input. There's no way to collect all that information unless we have those viewpoints. When we have programs and courses that come across our desk, that's an opportunity for us all to review them, evaluate them, and we base that on a few things. One, transfer needs, which seems to be a primary goal of many of our students. Industry needs, which is also, I should say, a double primary, with the trades and stuff that are going on. And then college and career readiness, and also college resources. And so we evaluate those programs and courses, come up with consensus, and then we recommend that to Shelley and provide her with that information.
So if you can go to the next slide. So I get to present this slide, and it's very busy. When we were preparing this presentation, we observed that it was like, maybe we need to make this more simple. And then we realized that we couldn't. It represents a highly complex and an operational set of checks and balances in our curriculum development process. And it's very intentionally designed this way. There are many, many steps. Most ideas do begin at the faculty level. Faculty are in charge of their curriculum that's within the classroom. But in many cases, ideas may be co-created with deans. The curriculum committee, as Sam discussed earlier, is that formal academic review body that ultimately would make an approval that the ex officio, that's the Vice President of Academic Affairs, myself currently, has the final authority prior to moving that to the board if it would be required. Now, within this very complex system, you'll notice that the board does not even enter the process until step 8B. So this is done before you. Many people have their hands in this, many people who have expert knowledge of their areas, and it goes through a very detailed process. As you know, the board policy does require for the board to approve new programs, but most curriculum changes are course revisions, pathway redesigns, credit adjustments, title change, program outcomes, learning outcomes. None of that would go in front of the board. That's all happening behind the scenes. And so what this structure preserves is that there is academic autonomy, there's operational efficiency, and then there's also appropriate governance oversight where it is needed. So I'm going to transition a bit here, and I'm just going to give you two examples to illustrate the distinction between when the board would get involved, make a decision on a proposal, and when it would not. So the first example would be a revision when there would be no board action required. And as noted in my board report this evening, the college recently revised the LPN, the standalone LPN pathway. And I'm happy to report that we will be accepting students this fall. Because this was a curricular revision and not a new program, it only required the approval of the curriculum committee and then myself as that Vice President of Academic Affairs at ex officio position. So it would not have required board approval. So that went all through that process, and it stopped then with step 7. Now, let me give you an example where the board would get involved in the process. So currently, we have I'm very excited about this one too. We currently have a certificate that's in the proposal process. It's moving through this process. It's a 16 credit certificate in AI programming. And if this would be approved by the curriculum committee, and then assuming then I look at it and everybody else looks at it and all the checks and balances are there, the Vice President of Academic Affairs would then approve this, and then this would go directly to the board for your consideration. And so I do anticipate that you will be getting that later this spring. So those two distinctions, again, board doesn't get involved until step 8B. And with those things that require your approval, a new program, you would see it. And all the other things that are going on behind the scenes, the course revisions, the title changes, the pathway changes, you would not see that. And then also, so again, this slide is very, very dense, but it does reflect a very deliberate structure that is faculty-led, reviewed by the administration at many, many levels, and then board governed when it is appropriate. And I think with the last slide, I think Tammy's going to come and join me for this last one. So transitioning a bit, there are things that are important to us, and there are things that we are keeping track of right now within the curriculum team. We are closely monitoring state issues that impact the curriculum on our college. Those are some general education initiatives that are happening at the state level, and then also various transfer initiatives that we oversee regularly. All of the team, we attend transfer council meetings so that we understand when things are changing and when we have to make curricular revisions. There are a number of collaborations that we are working on with our university partners. The two that are the closest to us is the University of Oregon and Oregon State University. And I know just this week, Deidre sent over 20 guides over to the University of Oregon to make sure then when our students are transferring, it's completely seamless. Again, this is behind the scenes work that if not done properly, our advisors are misadvising our students.
Yeah, and another thing that we really focus on is making sure that we have the most accurate curriculum, and part of our efforts to make sure that things are going well and that we have a lot of connections across our programs is regular check-ins with all of our career technical programs. So we have 3 or 4 more left this cycle before catalog's published in May, and we bring together our faculty program coordinators, deans, all the folks involved in a program, or someone from academic advising, enrollment services, degree evaluators, to go over each and every one of our career technical programs. So kind of similar to our transfer initiatives, but this is a little more in depth, just to make sure questions are surfaced, if there have been any barriers that people have noticed, admissions issues, things like that, that we can try to help solve as a team. And then most importantly, making sure that if, things are moving around in a program or courses are coming or going, that once those courses have come through our curriculum processes, we're making sure they're in the right spots in the program and that we have planners available for students. So coming soon, our next catalog. If all goes well, will be published the first week of May. So we're in it right now.
And we will entertain any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. As an educator, that's like I'm geeking out on this. And thanks for your presentation. What is roughly the timeline between, Kevin has an idea for a new class curriculum to actually, approving it?
So for courses, it's a little bit easier. It can happen, within a month of us approving. So when something's approved through our internal process for a course, we send it off to the HEC. It could be quick. Kind of depends on what their education specialist to review that, their time, right? So it's a little longer right now because all 17 community colleges are sending all of their catalog stuff right now. But if we do it earlier in the season, it doesn't take very long, and those aren't so high stakes for a program. Sometimes from inception to final approval, which is the Northwest Commission. So actually after the state, we need to send it on to our creditors. That can take upwards of a year or to a year and a half, depending on the timing. Sometimes we hit things just right and it could be, 6 months. So something like the BSN or those bachelor's degrees, because the state was kind of building the ship as we were also trying to be the first people to do it. Those processes took almost 2 years for those first ones, but I think those coming after, if we have any, would be a little smoother. And that's our team's job, is to kind of look at timing, timeline, deadlines, and make sure that we're trying to help people be as efficient as possible with their time and resources. So
thank you.
Excellent. So we got Julie and President Hampton. Julie?
I read your report, and I was, and on top of all the budgeting stuff that we're doing and all of this, and I'm thinking, damn, I thought the budgeting process was complicated. And then I see your 2 complicated structures, and I'm like, wow, I was very impressed. Thank you so much for giving this to me and the board. I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way. It really helped me have a better understanding of the process that's involved in the creation of curriculum. And I just want to thank you for all your work and the collaboration and all of that. And just thank you.
President Hampton.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. It's very interesting to see as a student how this process is run. My question is, do you talk to, I know you say step 3 is talking to internal stakeholders. Does that include students?
That's a great question. It's not illustrated in the framework that we developed. But I think that it's inferred, because when we know that there is a demand for a course or a program, that's something that faculty, they get that information from somewhere. And sometimes it comes from students, sometimes it comes externally. It could be a demand for a new program that the community may need. But I think it is absolutely student-driven, because it is meant to meet the students' needs. So whereas you might not see that where that formal input is illustrated, it is something that we are addressing through these processes.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question will involve that wonderful graph, if we're able to pull that up again. And really quick, though, I mean, to a certain degree, students will be involved in the conversation when it's brought to the board for an approval of a new program. And obviously, we want to hear from the president of this SGA when approving these programs. So, yeah, I think that's also a great opportunity. But there's also other opportunities we can increase student voices in that process. So this is purely, though, the approval process of a brand new, is and not necessarily if we are to make changes to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so our course revisions do come through this process as
Gotcha.
well. We try to track everything. We are meticulous, and Leanne, who's watching, and hi Leanne, does our archiving and make sure that we have saved all of our proposals, because people do in the future, will say what happened when. For program changes, those are done through our program check-ins. So we already know what course changes are coming for the programs, and then we just have to make sure we all get together and say, this course is being moved to an elective and this one's to the core. Or we know we have a new course that's replacing X course. So those don't necessarily come to the curriculum committee, but those course changes would. And in the context of a program, sometimes they're discussed that way. So I don't know if that clarifies.
It does, actually. Yeah. And the reason I'm getting to this point is for pauses, moratoriums, or, and things like that. Would that, where would how would that process go in these steps?
It's outside of this process.
That is outside of this
Correct.
process.
So if there was a moratorium or a pause on a program that does not go through the curriculum committee, that's administratively decided upon. So it does not go, curriculum committee does not make a decision on pausing a program or eliminating a program.
Gotcha. When we, in the process of bringing the program back, the LPN program, that did have to go through curriculum, though.
Yes, because there was course revisions and
Exactly.
program outcome revisions. So that in order to revise the curriculum, the faculty revised the curriculum.
Yep.
They submitted it through the process. The curriculum committee approved those changes. Then Vice President of Academic Affairs, my position, approved that.
Yeah.
That went forward. Then those changes were checked with HEC, made sure that we didn't have to do anything there. From what I understand, that you did all that. And then at that point, then as the accreditation liaison officer, I click turning the program on in the portal with the Northwest Commission.
Yep.
So that's how that process works.
Appreciate that. That's great clarification of that process. I immensely appreciate that. President Bulger, maybe just a suggestion, and you could do what you want with it, but maybe the CC, the curriculum committee, might be an opportunity for having students sit on that committee, for SGA to appoint someone to sit on that committee. Just a thought. Again, looking for opportunities to include more student voices in this process. So, yeah. That's all I got. We got 35 seconds left, but we'll add some more time if necessary. Go ahead, Jesse.
I think I kind of got what I was hoping for out of that answer, but I'm really curious, especially with the vote we just took. There's going to be changes to courses and classes, and getting a similar presentation to the process for how that goes, I think would be a healthy dialogue to have for the board and the public to have us all understand. Because if somebody were to ask me right now, I wouldn't know what to tell them. And so you gave me some great information right then, but I think it would be really fantastic to maybe have that process shown in a fantastic, really easy to follow graph. It was easy to follow for all intents and purposes. It was easy. But I think that would be nice. So to President Bolger, I don't know, whomever needs to direct that to, I guess, but I would love to see that personally.
Yeah, that would be me. Thank you.
Excellent. So we are out of time. Oh, in fact, over time, but we immensely appreciate the work. Thank you, team.
thank you.
And yes, appreciate
Thank you.
everything you do. All right. We're now moving on to discussion item 7B, academic affairs. President Bolger.
Yes, and we'll have Shelley take 5 minutes and then we'll.
I gave you a warning, sorry.
And then we'll move into human resources and then student affairs.
Well, it's nice seeing you again. I trust that you've read my report and I will be brief given the late hour. I already highlighted that we're absolutely delighted that our curriculum committee was able to work very diligently this fall, and also the faculty who redeveloped our standalone LPN pathway. We're delighted that this program is back, and we will be accepting students for our fall cohort next year. I would also like to highlight, this is just really a lot of fun, psychology faculty member Eric Kim. He was recently in December, I didn't have this information until just recently, that he was highlighted in a recent media feature. And so you can check that out. It's on the third page of my report, and it's in the it was published in the Lookout, the Eugene Springfield publication. So please take, if you have a moment, go ahead and read that. We're really proud that he was highlighted and with the work that he's been doing with the board. We're also really delighted that we've done a lot of work lately with our high school partners. We had a CTE career day just the other week, and we had approximately 300 high school seniors attend that event, and we were delighted to host them. And so, again, we were doing great work in academic affairs, a lot of curricular work just in these last few months, trying to get the catalog up and running. And if you have any questions about my report, I'm happy to answer them.
Kevin.
So the redesigned LPN program went through a series of kind of approvals. The most recent, I think your report said, by the Oregon State Board of Nursing on February 19th. That seems to be a big deal and something to celebrate.
I absolutely agree. And all of our programs, if they're licensure, they have that additional step. But absolutely. And we were praised about that design of that program, and that it, in redesigning that program, we made it less, we streamlined it. Students will be taking fewer credits. It's a cheaper degree. And so many of our students, they enter the LPN pathway, and many do stay there, but we're finding out the majority of students do not. And so now with this redesign, they can enter into an RN program much more easily, and it's much cheaper for them. They'll be saving tuition dollars, and those credits will count automatically towards that RN degree. So we couldn't be more delighted with this change.
I just hope that message is shouted from the mountaintops so that everyone in the community can hear that, because there was a lot of controversy around that, as we all know. But congratulations.
Thank you.
Maybe another press release.
Perhaps we will certainly do that, Trustee.
Excellent.
Good evening. I would just like to thank you again for your vote earlier on the ratification of the tentative agreement.
It's not tentative anymore.
It's not tentative anymore. It's a done deal. So to that end, I want to give you a brief update on what my staff has been working on. Both benefits and payroll have been digging in and preparing for that moment. And so what they'll be doing now is retroactive payments and managing the payroll process for getting the folks those raises that are retroactive. So very busy with that. One last update. I'm very excited to announce that we have hired Ben Falgren as our OSHA compliance officer. That was a search that failed once, and sometimes the stars align. And Ben comes to us as a graduate of a nuclear engineering program at OSU, has tremendous background in HR, and we're just absolutely excited to have him join us and help continue to improve the safety for our staff and students. So that ends my report.
Is there a lot of transferable skills between nuclear engineering and human resources?
There's a lot of safety stuff. It's good. So yeah, he's going to do just fine.
Good.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. It's Colin Joyce here. Hello, Board of Education, President Hampton, President Bulger. I'll also keep my report a little brief. It is getting late. I wanted to start off with student affairs. We received an email from Wendy Jett from the foundation this morning, and I just want to read that to you. The LCC Foundation scholarship application closed last night at 11:59 p.m. For the 2027 cycle, applications were up 16% over last year. Special thanks to Rosamaria's team, as high school student applications were up 60% over last year, and that really is huge. Special thanks to the whole student affairs team for doing great scholarship workshops, getting the word out, and really working with the students. And thanks to all the faculty and staff who took time to promote the opportunity. While there's no direct correlation, in years past, when we see a large increase in scholarship applications, it does often correspond with increases in overall financial aid applications. So we can hope for that for fall term as well. Our college achievement coaches switched gears in February to host their Start Strong workshops. These are for new spring term students. They're free workshops in the series: Exploring Moodle, which is our online learning platform, Exploring My Lane, and in identifying student tools and resources, and then avoiding common new student missteps. Our advising and Reg Fest are popular events with students and very effective. So far in the 2025-26 academic year, weeks with when we held a registration fest, a Reg Fest, we garnered 3 to 6% more enrollments than weeks without them. So we have financial aid, registration, the bursar, our advisors are working really hard during that time, the achievement coaches, and so we put on a full staff, and that also happens on Saturdays. And so I wanted to just call out them. Financial aid, Shelley Evans, our project coordinator, she received the Unsung Hero Award at the 25-26 Oregon Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators Conference. This award honors a member who has demonstrated extraordinary commitment to Oregon students by working quietly and without reward or recognition on committees at their institution or in the community. They do above and beyond the requirement of a candidate's job. So absolutely a shout out to Shelley. And then lastly, the Native American Student Association sponsored a trip to the Grand Ronde Nation for a Chinookwawa storytelling event. And that wraps up. I would like you to read my report if you do get the chance, because a lot of good things our staff and faculty are doing.
Nice. Thank you. All right. Speaking of reports, thank you for that segue. We are now in the information reports. Does anyone have any questions in regards to the information reports? I do have a few, but I want to make sure if anyone else has any. All right. President Bulger, this question is in regards to 8J, which is actually Vice President Joyce again. If I can have some questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Great. Thank you, Vice President Joyce. First off, thank you for the report. Always a great report from all of you all, rather. But a few things in your report. We obviously heard from students in regards to the difficulty of, living in our community and stuff like that. We have one is too many, but we have way too many homeless students that are going without food and so forth. I did see in your report that there was a redesign in the flow of the food pantry to create more of a welcoming and efficient experience. Can you describe a little bit more about what has been done in that area?
Yeah, that's something that's been worked on over the last number of months under Becca Maley. What we've started doing too, we work with the foundation, we get donations. There's a number of snack areas on campus too, where students go to receive snacks, not just the food pantry. And they were mostly running separately. So what we've been working on doing is having them all go through our food pantry. So we're supplying them as well. So we're creating consistency and specific places students know where they can get what they need. We've also been we've been getting more donations by far, and I think our student government has really helped that in the food pantry. They've been getting the word out, they've been talking all around campus and in the community. So I think that's really helped generate more knowledge of what our students are going through.
Absolutely. Yeah. I also want to acknowledge a colleague. Julie, you mentioned the link for the foundation, specific foundation fund for the food pantry and donating and encouraging us to donate. So I just want to shout out to you in regards to sharing that information. And I hope that also could be shared to the press and to the community as a whole, that you can donate to the foundation and for the food pantry. And I want to encourage that. If you've heard our students' stories, you read this in the newspaper about tuition increases and so forth, and you want to help, our foundation has a fund that can directly impact the food pantry, and I encourage that. On that same note, though, I mentioned a few resources in my comments, but if I was a student that was in need right now and I needed resources, where would they be directed? SGA, Benefits Navigator? What would be public information? Yeah,
I would say, first off, I think our Career Pathways Care group in Building 4 would be a great way to start. I would say that would be the best place to start. They can coordinate all kinds of resources, not just at our college, but externally as well. And the Benefits Navigator is one of them. I would say that's the first step. And also our Office of Student Life can also help students identify resources on campus for sure. So those are the two areas I'd recommend. And also our college achievement coaches, they've been trained in a lot of different areas and they can usually point students in the direction for the resources they need.
Excellent. Spread that information far and wide. Last time we spoke, we talked about the powwow, the status of that and everything like that. I just wanted to return to that, that we have the supportive resources for NASA. I'm really glad to hear that their Grand Ron trip and so forth, but could we get a status update of the powwow?
Yes. Last I spoke, the NASA had talked about having the powwow in November, December, but at the recent meeting last week, they've talked about doing it possibly in summer. And so they're still trying to decide when to do it. It's definitely going to happen. They did vote to make it happen. And our the new advisors and also Carl Ye and Agaleska in the Longhouse have really helped our students in looking at this and the planning of it. And we also had our facilities as well come and talk about what it's like to plan it from a facilities perspective. So how important it is to set that date and then work backwards on what we need to do to get it to happen.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And one last thing from your report. Great job to the Lane Titan baseball team for their first home game back here on campus. Congratulations to them, and appreciate the coaches, the players, and everyone. Jesse?
Great. Well, thank you.
Yeah, Jesse?
Thank you, Chair. Echoing the boys of summer winning back at home for the first time. So go Titan baseball. I had a question, and I'm not sure if this would be to Brett or to Student Affairs or I'll direct it to the president for now, but House Bill 4079 that just passed on Tuesday regarding ICE alerts on campus. I would love if we as a board can get an update about what our next steps are as an institution on that, because I think it's a very important issue in today's world, obviously, and would like to know what our next steps are as an institution there, please.
Well, we'll certainly follow the law, and we're following that closely. We'll bring an update. I'll give an update to the board.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions about the reports before you? All right, seeing none. Moving on to board comments and questions. Julie, I wrote a note here. I know you had a question back in section 4 in the reports, and I apologize for having to move us along there, but I wanted to give you a chance to ask that question that you had earlier in the meeting.
No longer applicable.
Okay, gotcha. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I have two things I wanted to share with colleagues and President Bolger. So, the last, I don't know exactly 3-4 months or something like this, we've had repeated testimony from members, from faculty members in the dance program, and more recently, student members. And I just want to say a couple things about that. I've been listening. I have been learning, honestly, a lot. I'm probably somebody who had a much more conventional view of what dance was all about, but I hear from people that it's much more than that, right? And I can see too, right? I can see when people come, and not just the instructors, but the students, they are so poised, they are so well-spoken, they have so much confidence. And to a person, they say they get it from their dance program. So I'm listening, I'm paying attention, I'm impressed. And we, as far as I know, have not, I have not been alerted to any potential cuts to that program, but clearly there's some concern out there, otherwise they wouldn't be here. So I get that it's not our place to be involved operationally, I get that. And I get that we're embarking on some serious cuts here at the institution. And at the same time, I guess I'm asking for some kind of an update in the next handful of weeks so that we can be apprised as to what's going on. With given all of the testimony, all of the concern that's aired, it's not exactly our place to step in and say yes, no, or this or that, but at least to be informed as to the concerns that they have, and and how you're seeing and responding to it as well, which is useful.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
I have a
Steve, you can go ahead with a follow-up.
different topic altogether. And kind of following on, not intentionally, but following on what Shelley was saying about the nursing program. We've had a lot of great stuff happening with our nursing program, the 4-year degree, the new building, which partially supports the nursing program, the relaunch of the LPN, all of that. And simultaneously, like down the street, or not that far down the street, Bushnell is, planning to launch, I don't actually know all that much about it, but potentially a significant increase in their nursing program. And at some point, it seems that the board ought to, have an opportunity to get clear with the administration, how you're viewing that program. Is it a competitive, to some extent, of course, it probably is going to be a competitive arrangement, but maybe there's opportunities for collaboration. Maybe you're speaking with them. Maybe you're saying, hey, there's, plenty of room for, for growth in the nursing industry, and we're all going to have fun. I don't really know, but I feel like there's something out there, and we ought to try to get ahead of it, or at least clear as to what two large, nursing programs in one small town amounts to for us.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We got Kevin and then Zach. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Zach was ahead.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Zach, go ahead, and we'll go back to Kevin.
Following on some of Steve's comments, last summer, President Bulger, we spoke briefly about having an update for the board on all of our nursing programs. So just if that's still in the cards at some point, that would be great to get an update on just all of our different degree programs and what that looks like. And if there's opportunities to partner with others, Bushnell, I think having that building, the Peace Health, the hospital closed there, potential opportunities to work with UO around those spaces as well. On the thing that I was actually going to ask about, I've previously asked about the potential of deconflicting Lane Community College Budget Committee meetings with City of Eugene Budget Committee meetings. I'm just going to raise that again and ask Austin if you could follow up after about if there is an opportunity to deconflict those for a couple of our members that serve on both of those committees. Thanks so much.
I'll work with the president and potentially even I'll work with the president on that for sure. Thank you, Zach, for bringing that up again. Kevin?
Thanks. I have two comments. One of them has to do with something that was in Dr. Joyce's report. He had a little paragraph about the TRIO programs. And I just want to give a shout out to the TRIO program because it's one of the most powerful tools that our society has for expanding opportunity, and LCC has we're right in the forefront of that. So TRIO programs give first generation and lower income students the tools and support to be successful, enter the middle class and beyond. I mean, it's just a remarkably successful, fantastic program. And of course, the impact goes beyond just individual students. When individual students succeed, their families typically succeed. That's good for our city, our county, and our state. So I just want to highlight the power of and the effectiveness of the TRIO program. So TRIO and community colleges really keep the promise of higher education and the doors of higher education open for many of our students. So yay, TRIO. And then just a question. Sorry, must be late. We've got some uncertain funding ahead of us, not just this coming year, but in the foreseeable future. And we've heard lawmakers recently begin to talk about reorganizing and consolidating higher education in Oregon. That's a conversation that's been happening in the last 2 weeks. With some pushback, but this is a moment, I think, for focus and leadership for this board to work shoulder to shoulder with President Bolger and her staff to strengthen this college, expand workforce partnerships, support student success, and make Lane Community College even more indispensable than it is right now in our community to ensure the economic future of our community and our country and our state. So that's my little soapbox for tonight.
Thank you.
I'll let Julie.
Thanks. I just wanted to take the kind of opportunity to, just kind of remind folks that, we're volunteer board members, we donate our time to be here. I reschedule my life around these meetings and these timelines and all of that. I do my research. I speak for myself. I do my research. I read all the reports. I look stuff up. I talk to Dr. Bolger and ask questions. I, send emails. I do my due diligence, and I actually know what my responsibilities as a board member are and my authority. It gets exhausting to have that be called into question a lot. We're all here as a commitment to try to do right by the college and for students and sustainability. So I just want to remind people that we really try to do our job really well. So, and we're really aware of it. And then the other piece is, I'm just going to go on record again that this board has its own commitment to Lane Community College. And if board members have extracurricular activities that they do, they rearrange their schedule to do those things. They don't ask the Board of Education to reschedule its time and its meetings and its schedules to accommodate them. And so, it's one thing to do these little ad hoc meetings, or can everybody do an executive session, but to actually do fundamental meetings like budget committees and to ask us as board members to reschedule them and to coordinate with other people so that you can do something else is an inappropriate ask, in my opinion. I scheduled my world to do the commitment to LCC. I have a lot of other commitments. I sit on 2 other boards and I do consulting, and I don't ask this board to reschedule around those appointments. And so I just want to put my point out there. I'm just going to go on record that I'm opposed to it, and I will be continually opposed to it, that we don't deconflict when board members, elected officials, have other things they want to do. They can go do those things. I frankly, that's okay with me. Go do those things. But I shouldn't have to reschedule my life to accommodate you. So I just want to just say that LCC board members, we do this. You want to do something, you go and do that. And so I'm just going to go on record about it. I don't mean to be nasty or mean about it. It's just that this comes up repeatedly, and it's like, I schedule my life around these meetings, and I don't want to have to schedule them again. This is a 4-year commitment around Wednesday meetings mostly, and I want to keep them that way. Thank you.
On the note of public service, I do want to appreciate the public service that we all do as board members in your other activities that you do in other budget settings and so forth. So thank you for that. A question, or actually, no, I'll hold. Let's see. Yeah, I'll hold off for now. But yeah, any other questions, comments in regards to this before we move on to the ad hoc committee on public comment? All right. Floor is yours, Kevin.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, board members, members of the audience, and those tuned in, still watching. Thanks. I appreciate it. Short report to let you know what the ad hoc committee on public comment has been up to. You might recall the committee was formed a number of months ago, December, I believe it was. Trustee Rust and Trustee Maldonado and myself volunteered, and we have met now 2 times. And our last meeting was on Friday, February.
We'll make a new month.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that rolled off my tongue. February 27th, and the committee reviewed the information collected from the 16 other Oregon community colleges regarding their policies on public comment. And the committee also reviewed information from other elected bodies and statewide organizations, including the City Council of Eugene, the Lane County Board of Commissioners, and the League of Oregon Cities. The committee put together a preliminary draft list of recommendations to bring to the full board later. And the committee will meet at least one more time to review and finalize that draft list of recommendations. And it's possible, depending on everyone's schedule, that the committee will be ready to present the draft list to the full board during the March 31st board meeting.
Excellent. Zach and Julie. My apologies, Julie, and then Zach. See, now I'm messing with my words. Julie, Zach. Go ahead, Julie.
No biggie. I just wanted to say I watched your 2 meetings. All things considered, watching meetings on Zoom is not always the most enjoyable thing, but I actually enjoyed watching your ad hoc committee. I found it informative. I liked your thinking process. So I just want to kudos to, Jesse and Jerry and Kevin for facilitating the meeting. It was really nice. And I'm really looking forward to the recommendations that you bring us. I think that you're kind of getting to the meat of the issues for us all. And I think all 3 of you are doing an excellent job. And so I just wanted to do a shout out and give you a kudos and thanks for stepping up to be on that committee.
Thanks.
All right, Zach.
Yeah, just thanks for the work that you're doing. At last month's meeting, I mentioned 2 things I would hope that the committee will look at around how to handle if we have a large number of public commenters and how we should potentially reduce time. And the other is how to handle public comments about the president and ensure that those are handled in a professional way but we can also still hear the community's voice when they do want to say something about the president. What is the best process for that? So I'll just reiterate that I hope that you will look at those things and appreciate the work you're doing. Thanks so much.
You have a response to that, Kevin?
Yeah, I hear you, Zach. Appreciate that, and we will certainly consider those 2 items.
Let me just echo what's already been said. Thank you for the hard work that you're putting into this and so forth. As I mentioned last time a report was brought up, I definitely want to encourage the equity lens when we are approaching these recommendations and so forth. I do not want any recommendations that would make someone feel like they could not participate. I mentioned, populations like monolingual individuals who might need more time for a translator. I've talked, Oregon Public Meeting Law, if someone is American Sign Language, they have to give us a 48-hour heads up, which is I would prefer if they even had more grace to be able to let us know about that. We can meet the minimum, but we can also exceed that too, right? We can make it so that people, no matter who they are, where they come from, what language they speak, and also, even in the environment that we're in, we had a public comment where someone spoke because the person who wanted to speak was afraid of ICE. That is detrimental to any sort of democratic process. So for someone to have fear to speak in public, and so making like accommodations for those type of situations and stuff. So those are things that I also want to make sure that is a part of our conversation, especially as you go into your last meeting here. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I can tell you that one of the values that the committee is operating under is that whatever recommendations end up on this draft list will be compliant with the law.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Any further questions, comments? All right. Future meeting dates. We have March 18th. President Hampton, you're going to be joining us in Florence, right?
Yes, I will, and you will hopefully get to see guest appearance from my dad.
Oh, wonderful. That is great to hear. With that, our March 18th work session is going to be in Florence. So I want to absolutely encourage everyone from that community to come and experience the board there. And then our April meeting is going to be March 31st. Our regular meeting for April is March 31st. We now can adjourn. Thank you.
Makes